Well, I'm here waiting for you. That was a quick open today. Quick because everyone wants to see what's going to happen in, the, as I call it, the Don Adelson case. Ma for like Ma Barker, Don for like the Don of the Adelson family, and of course her name, Donna, Madonna. So good morning, everyone. I understand. Good morning. Love My Shepherd, new member. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it today. We promise we try not to hit the wrong buttons. Okay, and just stay with us. You'll kind of find that you're going to like this community, I think. Alabama, Gigi Christie. Good morning, Linda. Thank you. So good morning to you. In Just Chorus. Good morning from Alabama. I was just talking about Alabama today, about these, I guess, the South Shores, where friends that I met the other day, put in a chat GPT, where to go for vacation, and they went to the beaches. And I understand it's one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, if I had that right. Square Peg, Auntie Deb tweeted that he's in the courthouse today. Not only is in the courthouse, I've been texting with. He was actually standing behind Michel Bryant, handing out Justice Serve TV stuff, and Michael didn't know it. So I've been trying to get Michel Bryant to get on the air, but he may be in line. Everyone's in line. The seal's going to go up at 8:45. So good morning, Shannon loves Connecticut. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Square Peg. Hope he gets a sip by Donna. I hope he knows. I don't know if Jimmy is in his regular clothes or not. I asked him to come on, to jump on now while he's in line, but I don't know if he's going to do that. Good morning, Square Peg. And everyone's saying good morning. So yes, let me see who else is here right now. JASRN, good morning, all. Chrissy's mom, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Jennifer Sims. Shannon loves Connecticut. Hi, yeah, hi back to you. Shanikia, did I pronounce that right? Good morning. Carly Rushforth, good morning. Good morning, Vicky Eagle. Good morning, Kathy Bennis. Good morning from Wyoming. Yes, nice to have you back again, Patriot Tiak. Thanks for covering this, Lyndon Michael. Yes, we've been on this case, as you know, and we're there. We're there. Chrissy's mom, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Jimmy's standing right behind Michael, but Michael apparently didn't know it. That's the funny thing. Looking pretty in pink. Thank you. I actually have Justice Serve TV leggings on today. I don't know if you can see them, because when I do my meetings, I have to jump off, as you know, for a couple hours. I'm going to be wearing. I'm going to try to wear Justice Serve TV things to promote us. So you can buy those on our merch store. They're the best. So I understand leggings now. Gen Z doesn't wear leggings. Well, yeah, we're wearing leggings. We have them at our store. We love them. One of our best-selling products. Valerie, Jimmy and Michael is giving out magnets, and he's behind him. Yes, thank you. Yes, I know. Isn't that a riot? Diana Payne from Tennessee, good morning. Kyle Sharkey, good morning. If you're ever a Lowell Madison, Proctor hearing will be live as well. Oh, really? That final hearing at Proctor live. And we also had Cardi B yesterday, which was live. And I think I'm hearing somebody come on. Here we are. As I see turning. There he is.
All right, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Are you in the courthouse in line?
Hello?
Or where are you? Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
It just disappeared.
No, we can hear you.
So
don't let him touch.
Maybe I'm on. Can you
You
hear me
are
or
on.
no?
Yes, you are on. You are on. Does anyone tell Michael he's on? Let's see. You are on.
I am not hearing you.
You
I'm not hearing anything.
are on. Well, that's a problem
Let's
on
do this.
your end. That's a problem on your end. Okay, he's going to go off. Well, yesterday, this is what happened: is when he went off, Sarah without on H.
Okay. I know you may not be able to hear me, but look.
We can hear you. Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Look at this.
Does he not see us?
This guy's a giant. You know. Look.
Oh, you got you. There he is. There he is.
Almost. Okay, I don't know what you can hear. Can't. Here's 3G.
Oh, he's 3G. This is
okay, so there's 3G. There's the courtroom.
Wait.
Okay,
Jimmy, get in line.
We're going in. Bye now.
No. Go get that picture first. Oh, I missed the picture. I missed the photograph. Oh my gosh, I missed the photograph. Well, that was kind of fun. I don't know if Oasis Cat's still there. I don't know if she can clip that segment where we're saying, can we hear you? Can we hear you? Michael says, this guy's a giant. I'd love to have that on to show everybody. And Jimmy's there. But I missed the picture. I wanted to take the screenshot. But since Michel Bryant couldn't hear us, we couldn't take the screenshot. So Jimmy is tall. But that is funny. I don't think he wasn't in drag. He was there. But Michael had no idea for a while that was Jimmy. I guess he didn't realize he was so tall. Christabel, no, not that one. It's like 6'4". Oh my God, Eric Pennis, he's truly is tall. Nicholas Tickle up. I'm sorry if I'm missing some of you. The Aussies have arrived, and we can hear you. Everybody could hear Michael, I think, right? You could all hear Michael, right? And we could all see him, but for some reason he couldn't have seen us, right? He couldn't have seen us. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, my mic is making a high pitched sound. So here we go again. All right, let me just give you a second. I'll unplug myself. Plug myself back in. Is it still making that high pitched sound, buzzing around, Missy? Are we good? Still making that high pitched sound, buzzing around, or are we good? How about everybody? Everyone hearing a buzz in my mic as I'm talking to you? Okay, no issue. Dizzy says no issue. All right. So that happened yesterday too. I had to unplug and replug in. But you could see that when you're doing this, you have technical issues sometimes. Good audio in court, one of the best audio, because as you know, Dizzy found a sound booster that really works. And we were streaming and people were coming to us saying, I'm buzzing again, now I'm good. Okay, I'm buzzing and now I'm good. All right, I'm always buzzing around, aren't I? It's buzzing bad on my end. So, okay, am I still buzzing, or am I, you can still hear it making noises? I wonder what is going on here. I'm going to unplug again and put it into a different USB-C. Hold on. Okay, let's try this again. Am I buzzing now? Yeah, sounds like a razor. You may need to move your phone away. Oh, very, very good. Okay, let's see. How's that? Interference. I think people are behind and it's buzzing, and it was fine. It's making a noise. Still buzzing. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to just unplug, walk away a second. If that works. Okay. It was better when I moved my phone. I can move my phone down here. Usually that phone's not an issue. But how's that now? Let's see. Okay. How is that? Are you still buzzing? Okay. There was no buzzing until you started. He says that messing with it. Go back to what you were doing before. Okay. So now I'm back to the original. It got worse. It's buzzing bad. I wonder what's going on. Maybe I'll take it out. Let's see if I take the mic out and we just work off the computer, since I don't have Michael Bryant. How's that if I just work off the computer for now? Is that better? And I'll just work off the computer. No, my cell phone is way away. My iPad is way away. How is that? We're okay now? Now I'm frozen, everyone says. When you lean in, possible feedback from the ring light. Great, we're good now? Okay. As long as I don't have Michel Bryant or somebody else on, I can use my computer audio because the thing about it is you need the mic usually when you have other people, because that way you can kind of talk over one another. Good. All right. So we're good. We're good now on this. And I'm going to stay on until obviously the fan goes on, and then I'm going to come back on and off a little bit as you're listening to the testimony. And Michel Bryant will come out on breaks, hopefully, and do little tiny little bits about what's happening. But, this judge doesn't really take many breaks. I mean, he's not like a break person, okay? He's, I love Judge Everett. I don't know how you feel. How'd you feel about yesterday? I thought Rob was disastrous for the defense, not for the prosecution. I thought Rob was disastrous. Okay, sounds better. muffled before. Then when you leaned in, the electric razor sound happened. Wow. It's interesting because that happened once before here, and we don't know why. That's the situation. I actually have bought this new microphone. It just came in last night. So it's a plug and play on the mic. So I'm gonna try that maybe later on. We'll see, but I'll have to set it up because it just came in. I haven't even had a chance to set this up. But we'll try that later on. But how'd you feel about the day? I thought what Rob was so devastating, and I'd forgotten, and it was really interesting. We heard, and in my mind, I had confabulated that maybe he had testified before, because he had testified before in the proffer hearing for last year when the trial was going to happen. And we did learn about, him, and we learned about the family and his estrangement. And I wouldn't call him estranged. Now, some networks are saying he's estranged. I thought that was the case, but clearly not. He's distanced from the family. But he's not estranged. Why? Because he's talking to his mother. He's talking to her, and he's going to some family functions, flying in and flying out. But obviously, there had been a rift because of the marital situation, and you all know what the situation was. He had the love of his life, and his mother objected because she was not Jewish, and then he broke up with her because of Madonna, the Dawn of the family, as I'm calling her. And then that didn't work out so well after he married the woman that his mother wanted to marry, and he got divorced and then went back and married the love of his life, and they've been living happily ever after. So he knows, okay, about that, but he knows about Madonna. He knows about how controlling she is from that. But interestingly enough, that backstory was not used by the defense yesterday. I thought they were going to use it to show his bias, but by the same token, they may have had a jury consultant that says not only does it show his bias, but it may show and prove even more how Donna Adelson is the crime boss of the family. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I've got this portmanteau going with her, Ma for like Ma Barker and all, and Don, the Don Gotti, Don Gotti, and nothing happened in the Gotti, in John Gotti's family. And if somebody did, kill somebody without his permission, what would happen then would be pretty bad, because he'd go out and kill them. And so I call her the Don, as Donna. And so she's Madonna, and she's also Madonna, Donna Adelson. Let me show this. I don't think I showed this before. New member, Cursory Nursey, and thank you for becoming a new member. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Joanne, Jenna Platypus is back, and as we know, Jenna Platypus could sting and kill. Although I saw on Twitter this little teeny weeny platypus that was just born. It looked so cute. It didn't look like a killer. Which is a lesson to us, maybe. Gifted one Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you so much because the people that get them, they really absolutely love it, right? They love it, right? And Joey Kane, Joey can't go down and give Michel Bryant a croissant or a cinnamon muffin. So gifting a membership. Thank you, Joey, as always. So yeah, Madonna, the crime boss family. Daisy and Rue's mom says it was heartbreaking to watch, and yes, it was. But he just told it like it is. But Doug Weinstein came on, and the story yesterday. Michel Bryant was traveling 14 hours to get there, and when he got on, he actually took us off the air, and we had to do a new link for the last 3 hours. And so Doug Weinstein came on to help me and be a guest co-host for a good period of time. He was on, I think, almost about an hour and a half and all. And he was putting his hands over his face when Rob was speaking, just his hands over his face, because the things he was saying, it was so clear that it just was so clear that he was telling the truth, and it was heartbreaking. And some of the things that he said. Well, let's see. Let me pull out my notebook. I was rushing so much to get ready for everything else. Let's see. Rob. Okay. he asked, the prosecutor asked, how did Donna, your mom, feel about Dan Markel? And he said she hated him. And interestingly enough, the prosecutor thought she was going to have an objection to that question. That got in. And then there was an objection, and it was overruled, for a number of reasons. And then the prosecutor, because she knew there was going to be objection, but apparently the overruled didn't come, said the backup question, how do you know that? And he had a direct conversation with her. She hated him. And then how was Donna Adelson, after she helped her daughter, who was testifying, Wendi, secretly move out of the marital home, right? Secretly, without telling the husband, move everything, rent an apartment in somebody else's name, like they were doing an undercover operation. And he said at one point she was gleefully she was doing it, and at another point he said she was pleased after they had successfully done it. So the picture he's painting of Madonna again is one of control, that nothing would happen, and that's one of control and all. So and then he asked her about the police, and she told him not to speak to the FBI because he was speaking to the FBI. There's a seal going up, which we understand will stay up for about 15 minutes before they start testimony, unless there's something the lawyers have to bring before the court today, which is the way you should do it, right? You should be there, have everything ready. If the lawyers have an issue, they talk to the judge now, and then you start the jury testimony when the jury comes in. That's the way it's normally done, not like, up in Massachusetts where, we're going to ask people at 9 o'clock and then harangue the defense if they have issues, right? Because you won't start early because you won't get to court early. Judge Everett really runs his courtroom extremely well. But then Rob said that, remember Rob, he learned about Jeff, right? Or with the FBI. And he said, I called them back. It was Wendy's boyfriend. I called them back because I was uncomfortable. Wendi called me and told me that she had this boyfriend and not to tell mom. And Wendi doesn't call me to tell me about boyfriends. So I didn't feel comfortable about this. And I called the FBI back, even though my mother had told me not to speak to them. Now, it turns out on cross that there was another lawyer named Weinstein, not related to Doug, who had told Madonna not to talk to the police. Now, at that point, she wasn't a suspect, right? They were just investigating the murder of her ex-son-in-law, and you wouldn't talk to the police on that? That's a little bit screwy. That's, I have my cards here. And when I hand out my cards, as a matter of fact, for years, on the back of my card is your Miranda rights. And I always give them to people and say, look, if you get stopped by a police officer, just hand them this. You have the right to remain silent when questioned. Anything you say or do may be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police and to have an attorney present during questioning. And you tell the police officer you want to exercise those rights. But that's if you're stopped. Here, they're investigating the death of her son-in-law, the father of her grandchildren, right? And she doesn't want anyone to help the FBI. Ooh, I'm sure that also went into, I'm thinking about that now. That probably also went into the tickle the wire and the sting operation, right? When the FBI decided to tickle her wire, the wire, and ended up resulting in Madonna calling Charlie. So it did work, but they knew that from Rob that she had told him not to speak to the FBI, and he was worried about Wendy's boyfriend, as we all, because we all believe that we think that Wendi was setting up her boyfriend to take the hit. He was supposed to go on the day of the homicide, the day of the murder. And travel right where his phone would have pinged off a cell tower near Truscott. And unfortunately for Wendi, and fortunately for her boyfriend, he had actually left without telling her the night before. She had broken up with him 4 days before by email because she didn't like conflict. So the whole story was not convoluted, but was suspect. And then when she was in with Jane in the police headquarters, right? Remember, they said, well, he could be the suspect. He could be the killer. The ex-jealous boyfriend of 4 days could have killed the husband. Now, so we're talking about all of this, but I have to tell you, Michel Bryant, after he traveled for 14 hours, right? After he traveled 14 hours, Wendi took the drive that Wendi said she took. And it may convince you that Wendi is lying about a lot of things. First, remember Wendi said that she went down, she went to Truscott. She was going to take the Truscott. She was going to take the shortcut to ABC Liquors to get this bullet bourbon for the Stockier bar party she was going. And it was on the invitation, and she would show the invitation to the clerk and all that stuff. So she went down Truscott. At one point, on one testimony, she said she went down Truscott. You know, there was a question about where the crime scene tape was, because what the officer testified yesterday, where the crime scene tape absolutely is. By the way, Michael, we understand Kyle Sharkey says Michael just spoke with
everyone can be seated.
But take a look at Michel Bryant's drive. It will convince you, I think, that Wendy's story about why she went that Truscott is suspect. And let me tell you, the house, we see the house. Michael went to the house.
Started this morning. I just wanted to give some brief instruction to the gallery, as I have on previous days. Once again, please keep your phones off or keep them on silent as the trial is taking place. Do not shake your heads or make any gesturing as the witnesses are testifying, whether you agree or disagree with any of the testimony. If any of the testimony is going to be distressing or upsetting for you, please remove yourself from the courtroom. Also, if you step outside while the witness is testifying, you are to remain outside until there has been a change in witnesses. One other matter has been brought to my attention as well. If you are in any common areas with the jurors on this case, please do not discuss any matters that are pertaining to the case around the jurors, as they are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. They cannot be affected by any conversations that are happening by the observers. If you see the jurors, please do not engage them, do not talk to them, do not discuss matters that pertain to the case around them. Does anyone have any questions concerning this? Please raise your hands. Very well. With there being no questions, do the parties have any matters that you need to raise for this morning?
Yes, Judge.
Please approach.
Okay, it looks like they have no questions. Let's see if we can get a better look at the gallery here. I generally don't like the gallery, as you know. By the way, as you see, let's see, the attorneys are going to sidebar. The woman with the big sunglasses is not Auntie Deb, because we've seen Jimmy today with Michael. Jimmy's very tall. I'm trying to look to see if I can see them. Michel Bryant said that's a huge, huge courtroom. It looks small from here, but it's a ginormous courtroom. It goes all the way back, holds about 80 people, and you can even probably even more if you scrunch a little bit. But I was talking to you before about the drive. The house where Markel was killed is way down Truscott. Well, I mean, way, way down Truscott, okay? So all of the other cars, apparently, you see Michel Bryant, though? Let's see if our own Michel Bryant's there. That's Harvey right there. We see him. All the other cars stopped, according to the police officer who testified yesterday. It was Officer Brennan, I believe. He was the last witness. Said he put up the crime scene tape, and everybody else kind of saw the crime scene tape and just turned around. Wendi actually drove up to the crime scene tape, right? And she was apparently he didn't know that's Wendi, but he said there was only one car that drove up to the crime scene tape. Now, why are you going to do that? Unless you are nosy about what was happening. And if you are, why aren't you calling your husband and saying, hey, or your ex-husband and saying, there's something going on our street, you know, the street where I used to live with you, where our kids live with you. What's going on? Okay. That wasn't done. But that's information that has now come out against Wendi that the prosecution may be able to use. Does that information implicate Donna, because she's the one on trial here? So I think what the prosecution is going for here is, again, Donna did know, and that's going to be the tickle the wire. Donna was in control. Donna was the Don of the family. Everyone did things to please Donna. As a matter of fact, Wendi at one point told one of her friends, very interesting. Let's see, Michel Bryant's texting. Let me see what he says. Okay. Nothing we need to worry about right now. That at one point she told one of her friends that she was only doing this, saying she wanted to move to South Florida to please her mom, right? To please her mom. That's why the only reason why she was doing this was to please mama. Okay. And that she didn't really want to go to South Florida. She really understood. She really liked her job where it was, and all. So that's kind of an interesting issue, right? And as I tell you about that, Kimberly, the 15 member for 5 months. Good morning, Linda. Wonderful mods in chat. Let's effing go. Yes, absolutely today. Let's do it. But yeah, we do have wonderful mods, and we do have wonderful producers. Absolutely. Who got us out of that bond yesterday, that we put ourselves in by hitting the exit button. But, so that's an interesting issue that Wendi, didn't really want to move to South Florida. But that if that's the case, she was adopting everything Madonna said, right? In all the pleadings. Her mother would sit at the kitchen table, write everything out. And then Wendi would send him full with that, without any changes, over to her lawyer. And Donna was the one talking about, about it. She's paying all these lawyers and she's not getting the results and all. The other thing that was an interesting thing yesterday was that the order to move, right, to change, was Wendi signed off on it with prejudice, and she is stipulated to it. She said initially she didn't know what with prejudice was. That's just garbage. Okay, that was just garbage. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, you're a lawyer, you know what with prejudice is in an order. And therefore, since it's with prejudice, if she agreed to it, she wouldn't have a motive. By the way, let me show this before they go back. Eric Penner has a cop testify before that was new information to me. They must have evidence against Wendi that is a complete lockdown at the point. I'm not sure he testified about the one car, and we'll have to go back and check about that there was just one car that came up. That was the first time I remember hearing it, but I could have missed it in the other cases. But we'll go back and check it. Thank you very much for that. Eric, thank you for Aaron, not Eric. Aaron, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. The judge is about to start, yes. But that also may give motive too. I mean, yeah, you could say one thing that therefore Wendi didn't have a reason to want Dan Markel killed or go along with Madonna's wishes. But you could also say they didn't care what the orders were, right? They just wanted to make it look good because they all knew or they were going to do something. All right.
You can let me know once they're finished with the bathroom. We'll bring them out and we'll get started.
Here we go again. I love this judge. Right? I mean, he's so real. The jurors are in line. They were actually told to report at 9, right? So they're going. He wants to start. Everyone's ready. He wants to start, but they have to go to the bathroom. All right, and then he asked Wendi Adelson, Donna Adelson, open court, ma'am, Mrs. Adelson, do you have to go to the bathroom now? Because if you do, now's the time to go. So we're going to have to see in the project. Remember, this is only starting day 3, and the prosecution, Michel Bryant said to him, they haven't made that connection yet to Donna. I think that we know so much about tickling the wire and the bump that they're going to make that connection, but we're going to see. We're going to see.
Yours might be ready, but if you need to use the restroom, please go do it now.
Andy Deb is in court. He was with Michael this morning. He was handing out things behind him, and Michael didn't even know who he was initially. And then we had a little bit of a screen thing. We're going to try to clip it. It's about 30 seconds. Michel Bryant can't hear us, but we can see him, and Jimmy's right behind him. So Jimmy is there in court. He's probably got his nail file for Donna. He said he was coming to get her. Hopefully they're sitting together. I know Michael wanted to move up in the courtroom yesterday when he got there. He was in the back because he wanted to see the layout, but I know he wanted to move up to get a closer look at the jury today. And then when they take breaks, he's going to try to come out, but he may not be able to come out to lunch because this judge does not take those breaks that we saw in most cases. He takes true bathroom breaks, right? He takes, just to make the jury comfortable. and all. As you can see, and he has no qualms about talking about it. Yeah, the jury's finished in the bathroom. We'll bring them out and we'll start. So for all of you talking about Jimmy, Michel Bryant was so funny yesterday because you were also worried about Jimmy. Has Jimmy gotten there? Is Auntie Deb there? Is Jimmy gotten there? Is Auntie Deb there? And he's like, what about me? What about Michel Bryant, who's been up since 3:30 in the morning, traveling 14 hours trying to get to court, right? You know? And these 10-minute breaks aren't, it's not enough for Michel Bryant to get out of the courthouse, to set up to Starlink, to do a hit and get back in the courthouse. So I won't expect to see him until lunch at all. So far, 007 Texas. So far, Everett is the GOAT of trial judges. Okay, Jeff Lacasse, most talkative, is in the hallway. Apparently, Michael spoke to him briefly. We want to get him on the show after the trial, after he testifies. So so that, I think that's a good lineup to do Jeff Lacasse now, because to me, Jeff was being set up. I mean, that's how I'm seeing this. Now, I don't know how Jeff is seeing it. That may go to bias and motive. But to me, Jeff was being set up to take the, at least to be a suspect, especially if he drove past Truscott or his phone would have pinged on the tower that he's driving by. We're going to hear the story again. I think he's a very good witness. I think he's a fabulous witness. And I think when you have that, but then the question becomes, does that evidence against Wendi, or is that evidence against Donna? I look at it as the classic conspiracy by bicycle spoke. You know, that's what a conspiracy is. And Donna's being indicted for solicitation, for murder, and for conspiracy to commit murder. I mean, if they get her on conspiracy, I'm sure they'll be just as happy. It would merge into the murder anyhow for sentencing purposes. So would the solicitation. They would all merge together for sentencing purposes. So a conviction on one is a conviction on all of them, really, for the purposes of sentencing. But I look at it as a spoke. Wendi doesn't have to know everything. Charlie doesn't have to know everything. Donna, to me, pulls the strings. I mean, that's what the prosecution is trying to say. And then she plays with Charlie, and she plays with Wendi, right? And they know different things. I'm not sure if Harvey's later. Harvey's kind of like, he's there. It's very clear that Donna loves Harvey. They've been married for a long time. But it could have been that she loved him because he was making money in the practice. And some people suggest that she was washing the money, that there was cash in the practice. Charlie took over. That's why he was able to staple that cash. Okay, with the judges coming on, when that judge comes on, I'm going to leave you for a while. Once they start testimony, I will be listening. But I will leave you for a while. I will be listening. I will have my Tubi avatar up. And as I said, about 10:30, I have to leave you for a good hour and a half.
Everyone can be seated.
Let's listen. Let's see what happens here.
Good morning, members of the jury.
I'll probably start until they.
We are going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
The drama, right? The suspense. Wait till he walks in. There he is. It's one big water bottle.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Okay, I'm going to go behind my avatar, and I will talk to you all later.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffreylacasse.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it around July 14th,
Okay,
2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly a couple times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
thing? The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendi was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendi was telling me. And Wendi and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendi. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendi talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded. But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendi take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously, and I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, when he would be in a mood, when he would be upset. So
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendi was the person was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay. And how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendi? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple,
Also speculation and opinion.
Overruled, he may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court, Mr. Lacasse.
sure. So conversations with Wendi, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
This is an opinion.
Sustained as to opinion.
All right. So in your observations let's keep it specific to Donna, if you
Yes.
don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce is already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met her multiple times, but Wendi had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendi to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendi's parents would use Wendi's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendi up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes be
I don't
Donna
believe Harvey was
alone?
there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of, moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendi, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendi and I went to, sorry. Wendi and I went
about wrong side of the tracks or
Yeah,
something?
yeah. He's kind of,
Your Honor, hearsay.
Please approach.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Mr. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, et cetera. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. and he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
And you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Copeland.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendi. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacasse, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendi asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of what it is.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach. Break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Mr. Lacasse, if you can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else.
Okay, I had to pop on. I heard this was happening. I had to pop back on. I did tweet a few things. Obviously, the defense thinks Jeff Lacasse is hurting them badly. That's why you're hearing all of these objections. Now they're claiming that this information wasn't disclosed. Before they object on the basis it was hearsay, then they object on the basis it was opinion. All of those objections were overruled, and properly so. And now they're saying it wasn't disclosed. Doug Weinstein is in our chat and listening to what's going on. Doug, I know you don't want to come on again. But the court was on mute before, but it'd be interesting to get your feeling about this. I think this witness is hurting them pretty badly, and he was also the one that I believe now in court, it's not what I believe, that was being set up to take the fall for this. And he had, because Wendi Adelson had broken up with him by email, surprisingly 4 days before the homicide, didn't talk to him. And then she knew that he was going to travel, which he'd be picking off the towers at Truscott, and he changed his plans to leave the night before. So when Wendi was with her friend talking to the police and going to give Jeff as the main suspect, could be the shunned, violent, upset lover. She did not know that he already had an airtight alibi because he had left before she had thought that he was going to leave. So this seems to be, someone makes a point, he's hurting Wendi. Does he hurt Donna? I guess the issue again is if you hurt Wendi, because we know that this step by step that the prosecution keeps building cases against very different people. And the whole theory of this case is that it's the fact that Donna controlled everything, and Wendi and Donna were spokes doing different things. Does it then hurt Donna? I mean, that's really what's happening here. Now let's see, where the judge is waiting for the jury to leave outside the jury's presence. Let's see what the defense does specifically. By the way, we did post, or somebody did post, got screenshots of Auntie Deb Jimmy with Michael. I just, on our social media account, did also repost those for those that were interested. Doug, you have to look at my 2-hour thing with Auntie Deb, and you'll understand how funny he is, but what a great interviewer he is, because he does a lot of research, and he has the big interview with Aidan Carney on September 12th at the Wilbur Theater that I believe is about 2/3 sold out already, and maybe a little bit more, and we still have a couple weeks to go. So he's going to be doing that huge interview of him. He picked him as both a comedian and as somebody who does a lot of research on his interviews. So we did post that show there. Yes, I said send it in the chat there to Doug so he could see. But obviously, this witness is pretty important to the prosecution because he's with Wendi and he's got a relationship with her, and it got serious. And he's testified before. I think he's a great witness. I like the fact I thought actually they were going to call him before Rob, but I think it was better that they called. I mean, they know what they're doing. It's their case. They called Rob, but then the police officer, and they start the new day with a top witness. It seems that's their plan every day. Initially, he was supposed to testify this afternoon, right? But the trial was moving faster, so the afternoon witnesses were moved up.
And how long do you think it will take to find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge.
Oh boy.
Very well. We'll take a recess then.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I jumped back on. I was going to try to get ready for my meeting, but we'll do that in a bit. Let me just show this. Aaron Penner, thank you again for the donation, and just want to say that we're 30 minutes in. I'm already having so much fun. Thank you. We're sorry about the bump there. We had a little power issue, but Missy got in there and she was able to fix it. And I don't think we missed much. We saw the beginning, we saw the important lead out, and now obviously this is important because the defense is objecting. I made a point when I tweeted the fact that Lacasse got there. He walked right through that courtroom. He standing strong and tall, and right in front of Donna. And remember, Donna hasn't really been in the courtrooms for a lot of these trials, for a lot of these witnesses. It's the first time she's actually seeing them in person, right? But the defense has objected a lot. Most of them have been overruled. And then even when they've objected, Georgia Cappleman says with the objection, I'm not using this information for the truth of the matter, but for some other exception to the hearsay rule. And the judge has ruled with her pretty much all of the time. And you know how that is. I mean, yes, the courts tell the jurors you can only consider for this purpose, but when they get in there, they've heard the evidence, right? They've heard the admissions, they've heard the questions. And so it may be important to this jury that indeed Wendi wanted to know when the kids start to develop these memories that can't be erased, because maybe that means they should move quicker or not. Remember, the kids were, Benjamin was just about to turn 5. He was 4, but I think he was turning 5 a week later after his dad was murdered, and the other child was 2. So you have 4 and 2. So she's inquiring of him, and he's just telling her what the conversation is there. So, it's opinion testimony, but it's opinion testimony in terms of what someone who does what he does feels when the kids develop memory, but it's also relaying the conversation, whether it's true or not, because the issue is not what the answer is. The issue is what Wendi was asking him about, really, and then why do we think that? Now, we've seen how the Cappleman is working with this, how the state's working 11 years. Time after time, they build a case, right? First, you get the deal from Luis Rivera. You get him to term. All right. He gets convicted. Then you move against Sigfredo Garcia and Katie in the second trial. Sigfredo gets convicted. Katie gets a hung jury. Then you move against Katie alone. She gets convicted, right? In these trials, Wendi has immunity, as we know. She's her 4th time testifying. She has use immunity for everything she says because they knew the prosecution does need her. But then you move up and you keep building. You build a case against Katie, and Katie then builds the case because you have the conviction against Charlie, and then Charlie gets convicted. Charlie, by the way, has been moved from state prison to the Leon County Jail. So he is going to testify probably for the defense, which is very unusual. When you're on appeal, normally you don't testify, but I guess he's going to say the same things that he and his mother were being blackmailed. The jury didn't buy it in the last case. They're not going to buy it in this case, in my opinion. But that's, we'll wait to hear, because remember, Donna Adelson is considered innocent as she sits there, unless and until the state proves their case beyond a reasonable doubt. All right. Thank you, Sue Harris, for being a new member and being with us. We really appreciate that, obviously. Hope you enjoy this community. So, no, you haven't missed Lacasse's testified. There's a 10-minute break because the defense has made all sorts of objections, and the judges overruled them. And now they have a backup objection. They said, well, this information wasn't disclosed in discovery. Now, it's very interesting, because in Florida, in a criminal matter, they're one of 3 states in the country that you have depositions in criminal matters. Okay? Really, that's how it should be, right? You have a deposition in criminal matters. That's the way it should be. And so if the defense had the opportunity to ask him a question such as this, in other words, that was broached in the depositions, and they didn't ask, then they kind of waive it because they had the opportunity. But what they're saying is that the prosecution never disclosed this information. It's new information, and it was not brought up in the deposition. So that's why now they're looking through all the other trial testimony, but more important, they're looking through the deposition that they took of him to see if there was an area. Then the judge is going to have to review them. We had this issue yesterday with Wendi, because there was a question yesterday, and let me find it to you, because at the exact time, Michel Bryant, that's when he was having trouble. When Wendi was on the stand, the defense asked whether she hated Dan at the time of the shooting, right? She asked Wendi whether she hated Dan at the time of the shooting. Maybe that was the prosecution, right? at the time of the shooting. And there was this big objection, and they were looking for whether or not this had been testified to in prior testimony, and they couldn't find it. And the judge said, well, we're going to move on. We're the answer to that question in court, and we're moving on, and you don't have it ready, and blah, blah, blah. So now we're in sort of the same situation, but with a different objection, okay? Yesterday's objection was Wendi would have testified something differently in a previous trial, and they wanted to find the testimony that was different and to impeach her. Today, this is an issue of discovery, whether or not discovery was provided or could have been provided, or the defense could have asked because something leading up to what the state said was given to them in a deposition. So now we went through objection relevance, we've been to objection hearsay, we've been to objection opinion, and now we're into really the fourth objection here. The fourth objection is objection not disclosed. So it's all on really the same issues as we get into the issue of what the conversation with Wendi was about her children and with Jeff Lacasse, who he was in she was in, as you said, he testified a deeper relationship in. So she had some pretty deep relationships and discussions with him. So that's where we are with regard to this. The judge, I guess he felt that yesterday he wasn't going to give the defense time to go find something on impeachment, because you should be ready for impeachment, right? You should be ready for that. Have that already. Just like Georgia Kappelman says, well, did you say that? No, let's go to tab number 32, right? She's ready for it. So I guess the judge felt no, he wasn't going to waste the jury's time in waiting for the defense to look for impeachment evidence when they don't have it ready. So we moved on. But today, this is a different issue, because the issue of whether or not it's disclosed could go to a due process issue, a fundamental fairness issue, a constitutional issue, and the judge wants to make sure he gives them all the room to say, actually say that, did you have a chance to ask that question or not? And that's where we are right now. And so they're looking for that. They're looking for what was given in discovery as to what he would say. And then remember, because you get the depositions in Florida, you don't necessarily have to give that deep discovery, because as soon as you have the name of a witness, you're allowed to take a deposition of that witness in the criminal case, which apparently was done here. And they're saying that this information wasn't disclosed. But it doesn't go that far, because, as I said, in Florida, if it was like touched upon by the prosecution and the defense could have asked a question or had an opportunity to ask a question, the judges will rule and say, you had the opportunity to ask him any question. You knew that conversation was out there. You knew that it existed because of prior discovery that it's been giving, and you didn't ask any questions about it. That's your problem, defense. All right. So that's why I think he's giving them the chance to look, to see, and he'll rule on it. I mean, he may say, look, you had notice of this, and you didn't answer the question. And also the prosecution will probably be going through as we go, because they're going to have a way to answer too. They're going through their discovery and the prior testimonies that were given over to see whether or not, even if it was touched upon just briefly in Florida, you have a chance in your discovery depositions to ask the questions. And a lot of times, by the way, these discovery depositions can be done. The judge sometimes will send you out in the hallway in Florida, right? We'll send you out in the hallway when the witness is about to take the stand, or before. Even sometimes I've seen it done in the middle of a witness taking the stand. Okay, you need discovery on it? Go. We're going to go do a deposition. We'll continue that testimony in another time. So the fact that you have depositions is great in Florida, but also if you don't do your job as a defense, it could really hurt you. So that's really, really what's happening right now. So how are you all feeling about Jeff Lacasse right now? I mean, he hasn't really gotten to the breakup and where he was going, and the discussions with Wendi about how he was going to make his trip, and that he'd be near Trescott and all. But speaking about Trescott again, if you look at Michel Bryant's drive last night. Now, one of the things is that he talks a lot about the ABC liquor store. There weren't all those ABC liquor stores that he's talking around at the time 11 years ago. Okay. But now there are. But he didn't even feel, he just felt that it was just so far out of the way anyhow, that her story didn't make sense, that she was just going there. And then remember, she made a point at one point in one of the trials, and it wasn't done yesterday in this one, to say, look, I had the invitation, I had the stock the bar invitation, and I showed it to the clerk, and he commented about I had beautiful blue eyes, and as I showed it, I said, see, bullet bourbon, so she made a big deal of that in previous testimony. That wasn't said yesterday. It's just that she, the whole idea of making that contact with the clerk and her coming back and talking about it. So, it was kind of interesting how the testimony from trial to trial is a little bit different as to what the prosecution or the defense is eliciting. And the defense didn't elicit that, and the prosecution didn't elicit that. All right, Oasis Cat has made a point of telling us who Jeff Lacasse is, right? Okay, Dr. Jeffrey Lacasse is an associate professor at the FSU College of Social Work and a graduate earning his doctoral degree in social work in 2008 and an MSW in 2000, so that he has both of those degrees. All right, he is very bright. And again, Michel Bryant tweeted that he talked briefly to him in the hallway to try to set in motion him coming on the air, right? Him coming on the air with us at some point, because we really would like to interview him and all. So we'll see, because I think that he did one interview early on, and he's not, I don't think he's done any other interviews. But again, you testify your whole life, you're testifying in this case, 11 years. And as I said, you see the prosecution, they build one case against each person, and then they go on to the next person. So the question is, if they convict Donna, who do they go on to? I heard Lacasse say briefly, he mentioned Harvey, just briefly. One time he was there, one time he wasn't there. But he has also made the case, it seems to me very quickly, that Donna was very involved and was always there, even there as he was picking her up for one of their dates. So, by the way, Scorpion asked the question, he's a lay witness though, isn't this heading into expert testimony? But you can give a lay opinion. And what the question was, Wendi was asking him for an opinion. So Wendi was asking him for an opinion, and that's what the judge overruled, because it's not for the truth of the matter of what he answers. It's the fact that Wendi asked them these questions because it may become important that they wanted to take action before the kids developed a permanent memory. At 2 years old, they have amnesia; they have no memory, and that would be Lincoln, right? Benjamin, 3 years old, 4 years old, that started developing maybe a memory of 3. So that whole issue that Wendi asked, again, for Wendi, against Wendi, but his feeling was that Donna was always involved in everything also. But as we see, as I'm saying to you, the prosecution in each case builds, when they're convicting one person, seems to be building their case against the next person. And it sounds like, to me, they're building the next case as to Wendi. But first they have to convict Donna. And remember, you still need that nexus. We know Charlie has been convicted. We know he has the nexus to the hit person. Does the bump or the tickle the wire give you the nexus? I think it does. I think it absolutely does. And I think this whole idea that nothing was done without Donna approving it, it was also very important. So here, let's see, I'm hearing.
Ms. Keppelman, did you find the information that you were seeking to?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I didn't have an answer for you. The cases had so many incarnations, hard for me to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness. So.
Oh, there wasn't a deposition. Wow, that's a big misstep by the prosecution. There was not a disclosure of this information.
To conduct a Ricketson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
One moment.
Wow, that we saw a first big misstep here from the prosecution. Didn't disclose something.
To the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendi Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me, the 4th trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendi Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
Wow, that was a misstep by the prosecution, but very interesting because it goes really to Wendi Adelson, right? Not necessarily to Donna. If the court finds it trivial, we'll give a curative instruction, but the prosecution conceded that there was no deposition of this witness. First of all, how could you not take a deposition of Lacasse? But that's just me. All right. But they didn't take a deposition because they didn't have, and therefore they couldn't inquire about any discovery, which was not given. This is new information that we were hearing, right?
Once they're ready. Yep. You can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacasse.
Oasis, I was talking over the judge, so I was trying to be loud so that you could hear
Curative
me.
instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have a curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
When I'm speaking over the court, I'm speaking loudly. And that's because I wanted to tell you what was happening. So you see, this was, again, a misstep by the prosecution. I don't think it's going to affect Donna, but here we go. Let's listen to the curative instruction the court's going to give. Boom.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendi Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendi Adelson, actually strike that. I'm gonna move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendi Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendi and the kids at her house that night. In the middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Staying unless there is an exception. It's got to
Goes to motive, Judge.
overrule.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. Yeah, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th. She would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there essentially. She had a stomach problem. So I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right. And did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the, better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendi Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date, day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. You ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendi Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendi Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So
And
in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
it's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's I think really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please? No objection.
States 141 is admitted at this time.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendi Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendi about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal
It was
disagreement.
verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was,
It's the morning of 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, while we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge, I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced in evidence. Is that in evidence, mistaken? That was in the PowerPoint, so you're not going to find it. All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendi got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Dan.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendi a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce president because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendi told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that date?
Yes. We had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point. And then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga, because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. So she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journeys Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there. And
Yes.
You're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday, when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Okay? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendi that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendi knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for a dinner, and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendi?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendi if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Human evidence 86A.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
All right.
13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendi was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendi and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect? in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Well, she has a moment. I'm trying a new mic. Can you hear me with this new microphone?
At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's demonstrative exhibit. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I have one more moment to confer, please.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
All right, I think he's a wonderful witness. I'm not typing, so it's not my keyboard that's being picked up.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacasse, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
You testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was, I'm hearing this stuff from Wendi.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression. Information coming from Wendi.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendi.
Putting Charlie's,
Aside from Charlie in the hospital,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendi. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendi? Let me find the exact quote.
Why don't you have it ready?
Didn't you find Wendi to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. Mr. Lacasse, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive, you were not considered. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. You yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
You testified about a statement that Wendi Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman?
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, good point that he only talked to Donna Adelson with small talk. And he's reinforcing that when she talked about the hit person, the hit man, it was only the brother. The follow-up question should be, she did not mention her mother, Donna, although you could leave it as it is and not get into trouble. But that Wendi was deceitful. So he's made some good points. I think they've landed, but the defense, it just doesn't do cross-examination like I teach to do it, which is boom, 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 boom. They really have, someone said they're throwing Wendi under the bus, and that's the issue here. There's been a lot more evidence, it seems to me, dealing with Wendi. Then the question becomes, how does that translate over for Donna? And that has to, again, go to whether she's the head of the crime family, right? It's almost like a RICO case.
You may step down, Mr. Lacasse. Please call your next witness.
Well, I'm kind of whispering, so maybe, Missy, maybe you can mute my sound because I am actually like whispering. And we have a new witness. Yeah, I'm actually, if you heard me talk loud, you'd know, but I'm actually doing my in-court whisper voice. Okay, let me talk now. Is that good for me? Now, if I talk in regular voice, this is my regular voice. Is that good for all of you? Okay. We've got a little.
To all bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness.
The judges. Apparently the next witness is not in the hallway. Yes, I'm working off a brand new mic that I just took out of the box, actually. I just took out of the box. Remember I told you I have a big one for Amazon deal of the day. So this is a wireless mic. And I wanted to see if it would work since you said the other one was giving some static. But they apparently have to be charged. So I'm charged. They give you two in the box. I'm charging the other one in case this runs out. Also, if I want to do an interview, I don't have to worry about that other mic that not working. I can mic up somebody who's on the other interview and just hook it right into my phone. Great.
Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, the bailiffs will assist you at this time.
I love this judge. I mean, I've never heard a judge ask a defendant if they need to use the restroom. All right. I've just never heard that. So that is great. That's absolute. I mean, I just think he's so normal. And I read on X last night that he was a high school teacher before he became a judge, which even makes him better, in my opinion, for this case for being a judge. But he was so normal. I see again a lot of questions with Jimmy. Jimmy was in court. Oasis Cat did make a video of that brief interaction we had with Michel Bryant. That was kind of hard because Michel Bryant couldn't see or hear us, and you see the court's Wi-Fi. What it was is the courthouse Wi-Fi, which they were on, was shall we say, terrible. And so that's why he couldn't hear. But we did get some screenshots, and we got a really funny video of me like going thumbs up. We can hear you, and Jimmy's in the background waving. So yes, we have posted that on our X account. Thank you, Oasis Cat, for making that. And then somebody else did post screenshots, which I reposted there. Yeah, the court volume is lower than yesterday, and we have our booster the same booster we used yesterday, we have it up to 10. So and there's not much more we can do because as you know, it seems to be the best booster in the lot. So yeah, we'll see how long the microphone lasts with regard to it being charged. When I leave, which I have to leave you pretty soon to get ready for my 11 o'clock meeting, that I'll charge this microphone that's on me. But I was hoping to be with you for a little longer. So let me see if I can be with you through the break at least and talk. I thought that he's really kind of a slam dunk for Wendi with regard to even clearer to me than his other testimonies. Crisper, clearer. We've heard, this is the first time, by the way, recall that he has seen the email that was sent to Rob Adelson by Wendi saying, I have a secret boyfriend. Shh, don't tell mom and dad. And he's the first time he's seeing that. And he's like, what do you mean secret boyfriend? Don't tell mom and dad. I've met them. I've been to the house and all. I certainly wasn't secret. But for some reason, she wanted Rob to know about this secret boyfriend naming Jeff, which sounds like it's a whole plan, to make Jeff the fall guy. I mean, that's what the prosecution is putting out there, and that's how I feel. I mean, I think that's been proven to me. I'm not sure in this trial or if it's because of all the other trials. Let me show you this. She's Like Texas. Thank you. Gifted 10 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you again. Wow. Appreciate that so much. Everyone loves the memberships who will get them. I think they get distributed right now. Thank you very, very much. The problem we have here, you see, even we had the misstep by the prosecution with regard to the disclosure of what she told the kid, what Wendi asked Jeff about the kids and the memory, that apparently everyone got so confused that it was never disclosed, and he was never deposed by this set of lawyers. So there you go. I mean, you can see even the best sometimes make mistakes. The cross of him, though, again, was good. The cross was that Wendi is a deeply deceitful person, that he said that, he only had small talk with the client on trial right now, that's Donna Adelson, and that when Wendi on July 13th, 2014, which is 5 days before the murder, mentioned she wanted to talk to him in private, confidential about something, that last summer, meaning in 2013, her brother had looked into hiring a hitman, and it would cost $15,000. So interesting, that would be at the time that there were the relocation motions, if you recall, that were going on, right? Relocation motions that were going on, initially scheduled for a hearing on May 15th, then scheduled for a hearing in June, and then July. So interesting that it was last summer when all the relocation issues were happening that Charlie, and he specifically mentioned that Wendi said Charlie had looked into a head person. This is, we have heard this, but in light of the email now to Rob, which went into evidence, through this witness, believe it or not, because the foundation had been laid with Rob's testimony that he was supposed to be secret, it kind of really goes to cementing the case against Wendi that it looks like the prosecution is going to bring. But in each case, as I tell you, they cement the case against the next person they're trying to bring. And now they'll go back to, obviously, I think the main case with Adelson about she's controlling, that she was, the puppeteer. This really, the prosecution really is having the witnesses throw Wendi under the bus here, right? So I think we kind of know what's coming next. By the way, I had heard about the mention of Harvey, but just that he was there in one situation. I don't think we're going to see anything with regard to Harvey. But Michel Bryant would probably say, if we had him here, that he still doesn't have the nexus to Donna Adelson on the hit. That he's got the nexus to Wendi, but not to Donna Adelson. I think that will come, and I think because we know so much more about what's going on, we know about the tickle the wire and the bump. And remember, there was nothing happening on the case against Charlie. They had stalled. They had convicted Luis Rivera on he flipped, so they got that conviction on a flip. They convicted Sigfredo Garcia. They convicted Katie after 2 trials, and then she testified in the trial of Charlie Adelson. And now they are going after Donna, and I guess Donna is again. That's what Rob says. Donna controlled everything. Donna was totally controlling, and Rob gave the motive. The motive: Donna hated Markel. So again, if we go back to that spoke of the bicycle, everyone can have different reasons or do different actions in a conspiracy. You don't need them to be all the same, but maybe this is more like a RICO, that you have a Don, a mob head, which is why I have named her Ma Don Adelson. Because it seems to me that she was in control here, and that I don't think Charlie was going to do anything without the approval, even if he had discussed it with Wendi, without the approval of Mom. But that's my feeling, knowing about tickling the wire, because nothing happened. They had to tickle the wire. They hired the undercover agent who bumped into Donna, gave the article about Dan Markel being murdered with the 5,000 in red on it. They wanted money. Didn't hear anything for 2 or 3 days, right? And so they figured they had to go again. And so they actually texted her, and then she texted back. She responded and said, well, I don't know who your friend is. Now, she didn't go to the police. She didn't go to the police and say, there's a blackmailer. She didn't go to the police and say, someone wants to get money from me. She immediately called Charlie. So they got a response. And that tickling the wire or bump worked very well in Charlie's case, okay? Eric Penner, Aaron, I keep calling you Eric. I don't know, Aaron Penner. Sorry, Aaron, thank you so much. The interview with Easter about the bump was awesome. Yeah, I loved it because didn't you learn? I learned, and that's why we wanted to do it, about how you pick the agent, why you pick the agent, what's good, what can you do so that you don't violate the law and entrap somebody, what can you do so you're not committing another crime, and when do you think you get a response and don't get a response. And it seems to me that picking up the undercover agent is extremely important. They actually have auditions as to who would be best, and the FBI agent in charge, Sanford, is the one who then picks the undercover agent. I just thought that was really, really, really good to learn about it. And in this case, it did work because it did get action from Donna to call Charlie about this. And if she weren't involved, she wouldn't be calling Charlie about this. So that's again the spoke of the wheel. Not everyone has to do the same actions. Donna is controlling. Donna can call Charlie. If Wendi is in on it, Wendi can tell her boyfriend, can I tell you something in confidence, or try to set him up as it appears to be the fall guy. If Rob is the brother who is distant but is still having conversations because the feelings are so strong, that Donna Adelson expressed to him directly that she hated Dan Markel. And hate's a big word, right? Sometimes we'll use it loosely. Oh, I hate that thing. I hate using this. I hate using that. But that's not the case, okay? Rob is important to all these cases because he's central. He's called by the prosecution. He didn't want to be involved in this case. He didn't ask to be involved in this case. I'm sure Jeff didn't ask to be involved in this case, but they become central to this prosecution. Okay, absolutely central to this prosecution, right? That very interesting. Oasis Cat, Charlie's ex-girlfriend, she's one who told longest officer about the stapled money Charlie would have in the safe. And we know that we know that the hit person money was paid with Staples funds. pay with stable funds. So Charlie's been convicted. He can get on the stand, in my opinion, say all he wants. He can try to exonerate his mom, or well, she wasn't involved. But I'm not sure Charlie will be believable. All right. So remember, the prosecution needs Wendi for all these other cases. They absolutely need her. But when her use runs out, so will her use immunity. And is she the unindicted co-conspirator right now? Will she be indicted for the hit on her husband? Well, I think we'll have to see first what happens with Donna, right? Well, first what happens with Donna. But boy, the prosecution seems to be taking, just as they built the case against Charlie when they were trying Katie, they built the case against Donna, it seems to me, when they were trying Charlie, and now it seems to me while they're trying Donna, they're building the case against Wendi. So let's see what happens now. We're going to rise in court. I will, when the court then starts with a new witness, I will leave you. I'll have this on so I can hear what's going on, but I will leave you, and I'm going to try to then turn off the
Everyone
mic.
can be seated.
So here we go.
You may bring in the next witness.
Let's hear who this is again, for those who missed it. That was a big
Raise your right hand
smile.
and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June Umchinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating
It
Charlie
was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay, can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything. So it was just a normal relationship. We had, everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together?
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What do you mean?
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes. in the family.
Did you meet Wendi Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place and we were together 24/7 since we met.
So basically living together.
Yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day to day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Was that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You had a chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right. And then there was a time, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a criminal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Lewis
that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together. So,
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
yes,
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at our front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
Did he become angry, short-fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So
And was one of those emotions anger?
at some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got and then it disappeared. So it was just a short period of time. He had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp. So he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So.
What about Wendi Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not. but-
No, please don't. So what was there a time frame where Wendi and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right, was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markel?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life. So she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them. I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. The attorneys for the defense are not examining. No comments.
Okay.
Judge, can I ask one more question on the census thing?
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts, half
Well-
of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Selman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I just really have a few questions. there's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time. Yes.
Okay. You previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled
you
already.
You saw that it was stapled,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay. So you did an initial interview. You've been deposed. You testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train
testified,
of thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like if they were those exact words, I think she was just so like stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry.
Please answer out loud to all questions. Just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We're very close
Acquaintances?
friends. Yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markel, you know?
I'm gonna check, no, they haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to my client.
objections, please sit down.
I'll re-ask the
Sustained.
question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel?
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanawa one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am. She was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markel occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes, ma'am.
approached? Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you
When the others were arrested?
when the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay. So he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot. And he
In
talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by a video.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie. No, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markel, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Direct examination.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any time?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Mary Hall.
Yeah, we're going to need to speak to her first. We were provided with some information before today or to report.
Speaking objection.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room. You can be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
Apologize to the court. mistake, and I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hull before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State, you need to be heard concerning this.
Yes, sir.
Very well. How long will it take to speak with Ms. Hull about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge.
For scheduling purposes, I think her direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
Right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, the defense can speak with Ms. Hull about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break. That's fine.
All rise, you're entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. Once again, I'm going to remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break. We'll resume at that point. Everyone can be seated. For the parties, please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hull and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
Just one thing, Judge. The state is going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
And that, may I respond, Judge?
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judge, it was December 14th of 2012.
So Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it, as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more probative than it is prejudicial.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's probative.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement. I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather a second point.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna. And they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they had a lot of cash. So if they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that is being offered for Ms. Dugan if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted? Ms. Fulford is making a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Splitting the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
Dugan, you can have your slide back. Right, as to slide 38, I will find that this does predate the conspiracy, at least as it's been alleged during this trial. Additionally, as to the discussion of cash and it flowing from one party to the next between the two Adelsons, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is hearsay. The non-hearsay basis that it's being offered for, again, Ms. Dugan, is what exactly? That's unrelated to the money specifically.
Can you say the last part is unrelated to
What is the unrelated aspect of this exhibit that's unrelated to the money that you're offering it for?
Right. I mean, it is related to the money. We're trying to establish that they keep a large amount of cash, they don't put it in banks, and they transfer it from one family member to another.
All right, that
Transfer it via just giving it to them, as opposed to putting in a bank.
you may question Investigator Hull concerning what she learned as a result of going through the financial records, but as to the slide, I will sustain the objection unless there is another basis for which it's being offered, not the truth of the matter asserted. Well, that is our break at this point. Please return at 12:30.
Thank you.
Donna Sue's got a secret life. Grandma got it sharp as a knife. Charlie plays tunes, but they cut like steel. Katie's got whispers that twist and peel. From the high life to behind bars, chasing shadows in rental cars. Red rum whispers in the night, a stapler full of moldy fries. Sigfredo steps are heavy, slow. Louis laughs where the shadows grow. Wendi schemes like spiders lace. Harvey smiles but hides his face. From the high life to behind bars, chasing shadows in rental cars. Red rum whispers in the night, a stapler full of moldy fries. Money washed, but it stains the soul. A hitman's silence takes its toll. Conspiracy's a heavy chain. Behind those bars, it screams your name. From the high life to behind bars, chasing shadows in rental cars. Red rum whispers in the night, a stapler full of moldy fries.
Mr. Adelson remains standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so you're a nose and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendi and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendi?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendi?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life of your parents and of your siblings, who's the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us. And, if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
Probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was a tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendi starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible?
On this issue?
Yes, sir.
If I may note for the record, clip 8 that was just played, from Respondent's Exhibit 4. And the playback began from that clip at approximately 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 19 seconds. And was played until approximately 6 hours, 31 minutes, and 20 seconds. Then it was skipped ahead to 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 35 seconds approximately, and played until the end of the clip, which took place around 6 hours, 46 minutes, and 7 seconds on that exhibit. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, is it fair to say that from, with respect to your review and specifically allegation F, derogatory text messages sent about the suspect to other law enforcement personnel, that testimony that was just played effectively concluded Michael Proctor's testimony from June 10th?
Correct.
And then it did not pick up again until June 12th on cross-examination. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I suggest suspending questioning of the commission's suggestion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the time is about 11:41 a.m. and we'll do a 15-minute recess.
All right, so I hate to interrupt the viewing of the seal. It's lovely. I found another spot right here, kind of a park across the street from the courthouse behind me here. Snuck away there during that little kerfuffle over the testimony that they were trying to determine whether it was a hearsay statement to be used for the state for the truth of the matter asserted about the money, the stapled money. Guess what? It is being used for the truth of the matter asserted, but I think there's a way around that. We'll see if the prosecution can come up with a way around that, because they want to get all that testimony in that has to do with the way that the Adelsons, especially Charlie, kept his money, stapled like we all do. I think one of the witnesses, I think it was June, she's the one that said that I told Charlie you should put a paperclip on that stuff. What the hell are you doing stapling things? Anyway, so interesting morning. Not nearly the craziness of the Wendi Adelson testimony from yesterday, but nonetheless started strong with, of course, Jeff Lacasse, former boyfriend of Wendi Adelson, and I think universally nicest guy on the planet. I mean, anybody not like this guy? His testimony pretty consistent with what it has been in the past. I did talk to him just before he went on to testify, just to say, hey, we'd love to get you on the program, obviously, when you're completely done. And he seemed amenable to that. I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to, shoo me away. But super nice guy. So he testifies as we expected. He had, kind of an interesting, short but sort of turbulent relationship with Wendi. Is that a surprise? No, it is not a surprise. And so it ends about 4 days before the murder of Dan Markel. That was mid-July. But it was kind of, it was on its way out well before that, it seems, just because of the weird way they would, sort of be together and then not be together. And then it was the whole yoga experiment. I think it's the first time he's been vocally as off on the yoga. I don't know why we were going to yoga, sitting there stretching for 80 minutes, I think is what he said. So anyway, he was also well aware of the relocation request and loss. And most importantly, and this relates back to that crazy book that I've been reading, the Wendi Adelson book that she refused to sign for me yesterday. Go figure. And she talks about her character in that book is Lily in Hiawassee Springs, I think it's called, a fictional town in the Panhandle, not at all sounding like Tallahassee, Hiawassee. But that character, not a fan of that little community that she was living in. So not unlike what we're hearing from witnesses about Wendy's real feelings for Tallahassee and the motivation to get the hell out and go south so she can be with mommy, and that the grandparents would be happier too because the two kids would be down there and not up here in the Panhandle. So that was all pretty much as expected, except for the part where Jeff is talking about this relocation loss, and that's when things kind of started to go south with this couple. It was always, he got tired of talking about it. That all he would hear about is nasty Dan Markel and how he's ruining the life of Wendi Adelson and by extension her whole family, right? But one of the interesting points, let me get to my I thought this was ironic. There was a date at which Jeff went to the circus with Wendi and and a couple of the other Adelsons. That seems appropriate to me. Might as well get used to being in the circus if you're going to be hooked up with the Adelson family. And by the way, have I welcomed you to the latest edition of As the Adelsons Turn on One Another? Yeah. Good to have you along. Appreciate that. Every day is different here at this courthouse. Yesterday, as we know, packed. I got here in the afternoon, lucky enough to get a seat as Wendi Adelson's testimony was being completed. But today, probably half the courtroom is full. And I know everybody's been very concerned. Jimmy's fine. He was not so great yesterday. He told me he was feeling a little ill yesterday, so he did not come to the courthouse. But right after he told me he was sick yesterday, he gave me a big hug. So I don't know if I disappear, you'll know why. And he is sitting on the other side of, I've been on back and forth, but he's on the other side, which is the behind the defense side. So I'm sure you can catch him on camera there. I want to sit on the other side today because I'm closer to the jury and I'm doing my notes to kind of figure out who's whom in the jury, match them up with all the notes I took before I came down here. There's always one or two that kind of catch your attention for one reason or another. The woman who is on the top right, okay, there's only 2 rows, and they're set up as 6 and 8, 14, including the 2 alternates. She's on the top right. I'm going to say 45-ish. I'm horrible about that. Linda Kenney Baden, who will be back to join us here when she gets done with some work she's working on. She'd probably call me sexist, but I'm doing my best I can to figure out these ages. But I've dubbed her the secretary. And I don't mean that maybe I should call her the administrative assistant. She's got the notepad. They've all got notepads and they're all used, intermittently. This woman, I've never seen it leave her hand. Of course, I've only been here for a day and a half, but never have I seen this notepad leave her hand. And she's constantly, like back in the day when, a secretary, administrative assistant, would take dictation. So she's totally into it. Doesn't matter who's testifying. Doesn't matter what they're talking about. She's taking some notes. So it's unfortunate I don't have access to those notes. They're probably much better than my own. Anyway, and then it's a predominantly white jury, and it's 8 men, 6 women. Most I'd say the overall age range is upper 20s to 50 or so, maybe a little older than that on one occasion. And the way they're stacked up is the front row, which has 8 people, has just 1 woman in it. And the back row has the balance of the women and then a couple of the guys. So anyway, they've been whack-a-moling in and out a few times, even today when issues have come up. So that's when you really get a sense of, their physicality and whether or not you see any sort of connection. It's kind of early, and it's not like they're going to go walking from the jury box into the deliberation room, hand in hand. But still, you get a sense people just, small talk within their little group. You get a sense. Anyway, I digress. It was very interesting to see all the parties arriving earlier today as we were kind of getting ready to go. That's when I talked to Jeff Lacasse out on in the hallway. Also said hello to Mr. Zellman and some of the other attorneys. I think Mr. Zellman has a back issue. Just a guess, because I say that back issues myself, and he does a lot of this, so that's, and he's not nearly old enough to do that just because he's old enough, right? So I get the sense he's got some little back issues. I may share some stories with him to see if I can help the guy out and maybe tell him, here's the path you may avoid. Maybe you want to go this way, maybe you don't. Start with something simple. Don't go to the surgery, even if you think you need to, right? So anyway, good to see all these folks gathering, and very congenial when they're not in front of the jury. It's not like they're fighting it out. In fact, there was one point where Ms. Kappelman made a mistake, and you may remember she was ultimately, there are a lot of bugs here. I'm telling you, I'm in Florida. Remember in opening statements, there was a fly or something in the courtroom, and both prosecution and defense giving their opening statements were like batting it away. I think they needed to call for an exterminator. I'm outside. I'm in their world, so bugs enjoy. But in the courtroom, it does get a little weird. Anyway, so there was a point at which Ms. Kappelman was quizzing Jeff Lacasse about something he may or may not have said in prior testimony. And she made it sound like, there was an objection. And she made it sound like, well, no, we have this. We have, we've gone through this before. And even though there's been a shuffling of counsel, especially on the defense side, they're bound by whatever the prior attorneys have done. So that's why they took the break. They had a sidebar that looked like it was going to go on too long. They took the break. And then they started kind of wading through, they being the prosecution, started wading through, they've got tons of paperwork from the prior 3 trials, from the depositions, all the investigation that's been done. Ultimately, turns out that the state realizes Jeff Lacasse was never deposed by anyone. Yes, he's appeared in trials, but never deposed, and this did not come up. And so she basically had to say, oops, sorry. And you probably heard the judge, he actually, did find that there was a discovery violation. But, and this gets to my point about the parties being kind of congenial, that's when Mr. Zellman, and Ms. Kappelman got together, and you could tell they were just like, small talking it through. And they both agreed, she apologized. He said, fine. He didn't press it. There's no punishment of any kind, no sanctions of any kind. And the court on the record made it clear that they had worked it out, that it was inadvertent, and that, it was understandable because, how many cases do you have 4 trials plus related discovery, plus the related law enforcement investigation? Not too many. So he was understanding, made the record, and we moved along. So it's kind of nice to see civility, right? And people make mistakes. I can't imagine keeping every single detail of this case in your brain over the course of 3+ now 4th trial. It's a lot. It's just a lot. Let's see. Let me go backwards here because the last witness that I saw before I walked out to get set up here was June Unkinda. Well, look at who's here. Let me see if I can.
Can you hear me? Because
can I hear you now? Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. I didn't bring my IFB, so I'm listening it through the computer. So let me know if there's a feedback issue, but it should be all right.
No, actually, we had to take. I got a new mic, Michael. It's a wireless mic, and we use it today because my other mic was getting interference again. You know that buzzing that sometimes.
Remember.
So I had just gotten this. It just came in yesterday, and I set it up, and it seems to be working okay. And all. Good. So we'll see. But it's a wireless connected.
Okay, if that keeps working, then maybe I'll switch to the same for
the
studio. This is fine.
You know how I told them how I love my Amazon deal today as a wireless mic. I got Amazon deal today. We're like, it seems to have a better sound apparently than the one that cost us like $200. So
yeah, that's figures, right? And while we're talking tech, I did relocate, and this place is not as open for Starlink, so I apologize if there's a glitch here or there. I can't tell, but I think we're fine. Anyway, I was just talking about Charlie Adelson's former girlfriend, June.
I missed. I had her a testimony on, but I was in a meeting upstairs, and so I kind of had it in the back. And I heard the discussion about the money that the judge ruled that whether it could be reported to the bank or not. It was not applicable to this defendant. So.
Yeah, it really was kind of a sad back and forth because Attorney Dugan was saying, no, it's not being used for the truth of the matter. It's being used to show they have a lot of money, and they didn't put it in the bank. I think that's the truth of the matter.
Person.
You got to get creative sometimes. There are ways to make that work. I always fall back on state of mind. I will fall back when it looks like I'm boxed in. I will say, well, Your Honor, it goes to the state of the mind of the witness. State of mind of the witness, not the details of the actual statement. So it's the effect on the hearer, state of mind. It's a pretty good fallback, and it works a lot. So anyway, she didn't use that, and a lot of that she wanted to get in about the stapled money and how much kept in the big safe. The safe the size of a refrigerator, which we heard from through Miss Akinda. So let me tell you about
wait, the size of a Sub-Zero or the size of a
no, yeah. I should clarify, because you do have apartment-sized refrigerators and you've got double wides, right? I got the impression it was a standard gun safe type safe, because he does have guns in there as well. So I'm assuming it's a gun safe, which would be like a small refrigerator, not a college dorm refrigerator, but stands upright, but not real boxy and big. So plenty of stapled cash you can keep in there. So
by the way, Sandy RN, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. There is where are you sitting? Can I ask you?
I was
where
behind.
Were you sitting today? Because we had Jimmy in the clear shot in the back.
Yes, I think he does. I think he
circled him and tweeted him.
I think he does that on purpose. So he can prove he's here. Yeah. We had some fun this morning. I apologize for whatever brief appearance we made, but I was doing it on my phone.
We posted it
with the Wi-Fi from the courthouse.
Brutal. Didn't work. Well, it was.
No,
we posted because it was so much fun, and people took screenshots of it, and Jimmy's like 6'4". He's huge.
He's giant. And even though we couldn't hear my audio because I don't even know if I had it switched on, I told Jimmy, I said, "Hey, I'm 6'4", so you must be 6'10". Can you go with me on this? Anyway, so yeah, he was great. I'm glad he's feeling better. He wasn't feeling so good yesterday. So he's been there on the other side. I was the row right behind the state witness prosecution row.
Okay.
So I got very close. That's the jury side.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got my notes. I've been fleshing out my notes on the jury. I mentioned there's a woman on there. I call her the secretary because she doesn't let go of this notepad, and she's constantly writing, no matter whoever it might be.
Okay. You always have one of those.
It might be bad if. I didn't notice if her notepad had a Justice Serve TV logo on it or not. Yeah, that might be bad.
What I explained to you, sometimes the jurors decide among themselves, look, I'll take all the main notes. I'm going to take the notes of this. You're going to take the notes of this. And they actually have, between themselves, believe it or not, within a day or two, they start doing assignments. Like, I can't take this. But somebody may say, I'll take all, I'll be the scrivener, and that's a possibility.
Yeah, it could be. We don't know how they gelled initially, but everybody does have pads, and I do see everybody using them on occasion. But she's on it. So what I was going to mention was, as June Ukinda completed her testimony, actually I've timed it better these days. I sneak out just when I think they're about to wrap up, because I don't want it to look like I'm following the witness out of the courtroom, which is what I'm doing. I'm just getting ahead of the curve so they come out. So I approach her. And I said, since I wasn't there when she finished, I said, you've been released, right? You've been dismissed. Yeah. Not a genius. So I had to kind of explain why that was important. I said, would you, I'm Michael Bryant with Justice Serve TV, and I got the usual blank stare. And so I said, love to chat with you. And she said, and you hear people hesitant all the time, but this was great. I'm not sure I want to get that involved, unless I'm paid.
Unless you're paid? Okay.
Paid. Okay, so I'm starting to see the attraction to Charlie. When she was his girlfriend, right? And then, okay.
Yeah, but when she walked in, did you see this? When she walked in, and I tried to get a screenshot, but I missed it. she smiled. I think it was at Kappelman or one of the prosecutors. She had the biggest smile. She smiled and then
Great
stopped.
teeth.
No, but I was wondering who was she smiling? Was it one of the prosecutors?
It was all kind of in passing. I couldn't tell where she was facing, so I can't help you on that. She came in, pretty strikingly dressed as I go into my fashion correspondent mode. I mean that red dress is like bam. That's a eye-catching dress.
What did Rob say? Rob said Charlie would be into women, go-karts and jet skis. Okay, and that's what he was into: women, go-karts, and jet skis. So making it very clear that Charlie's not going to do anything on his own without a mom. And I thought his testimony actually was even more damning to Charlie this time when Charlie's not on trial than it was last time.
That could be. And
that's the thing.
he that one revelation. Hey, where am I? Norfolk County? Am I in Dedham? Can you hear the sirens?
No, you're not in Dedham because you have a judge who's running an incredibly fabulous courtroom. He doesn't need to take a morning break because he just sends when there's a problem with evidence. The lawyers talk. He lets Mrs. Adelson go to the bathroom after the lawyers finish. The jurors he tells to go to the bathroom, and he tells everybody in the courtroom, we're waiting for the jurors to go to the bathroom. There's always a line. But somebody was upstairs in the media. I mentioned what a great judge, and I mentioned the fact that let me just let those go past. I mentioned the fact that he does this, and he's an open court. It's so refreshing. It's so human, right? And I said it, and he was a school teacher before he became a judge. He said, that's why, because he was always with the kids. The young kids always have to go to the bathroom. And that's why funny. He's interested. Yeah. And he's absolutely right, Jeff.
He's definitely conscious of that for everybody. And then I start thinking, well, he's at that age where we men might have needs ourselves. So maybe he's working his own needs into the greater good. I don't know. Anyway,
but I tell you, he runs a great courtroom. He runs great rulings. And even when there was that technical violation of discovery, which
we were talking about that before you popped on,
right, which we had talked about earlier too, because it was the first time the prosecutor messed up. Because I had explained that it was probably in a deposition, but he wasn't deposed, and so they thought that they had given it over, they hadn't, and it was the first big misstep. And it really wasn't big; it was the first misstep I've seen by the prosecution on that. But he didn't say, "Damn you, you're lying to the court." It was all taken as a matter of fact and over within like 5 minutes.
He was not clutching his pearls.
Right, like Judge Bev, who just blamed everything on the defense.
He did not have grave concerns. No.
Right. It was that whole trial was so bothersome from Judge Kenney, and you see what a good judge is. I wish we had Judge. I mean, I wish he could be on every trial.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good combination of let's not screw around, but he has his light moments too, which everybody appreciates, right? So, and as I think back, that point that she was caught on for the discovery violation wasn't even really a huge point. In fact, my note
a huger point against Wendi than it would be against Donna, actually.
Yeah. It wasn't a make or break, but I think she felt embarrassed about it, and she admitted that. And
what was your note on it? What was your note on it that you wrote?
Oh, let me see if I could find it. When I find it, I'll let you know because
it was
on my June notes.
It was about when the kids would have memory, which is kind of interesting.
Yes. And I do think that is interesting. And I X'd about this. I posted about it because I was predicting objections. This one will be overruled, and here's why. And then I got to this one. I said, this is going to be trickier because here's a guy that's had some expertise. He's a teacher that does teach social welfare, and there is a mental component to what he teaches and what he knows. Right. But he was never designated as an expert, which would have cleared this problem up. Then they either would have had an argument prior to trial saying he's not an expert. Yes, he is an expert. And they would have cleared this up, or they just never would have gotten to that point. So I thought it was interesting. I think his observation, why do you think Wendi asked him? If he were a bowler, not that there's anything wrong with bowlers, do you think she would have said, hey, by the way, what age do you think kids start to kind of remember things.
No, but and the thing about it is now that it's been flushed out, if Wendi is indicted, of course, that's going to be an issue with regard to Wendi, because I think it's a fascinating issue that you want to get the kids away. When do they have amnesia? Well, 2, and at now, at 3 they start developing some memories. By 6 they really have memories. So we know that Benjamin was a week from being 5 when Markel was killed, and Lincoln was 2. So they try not to say their names in court. I don't know why. It's all over.
Yeah, Ben and Lincoln, we know, and even Wendi can be so calculating at times. When there was a question and answer in which Jackie Fulford was talking about the kids, but made a point of saying, "I'm trying not to mention the children's name," and Wendi says something, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Just there's only one reason for her to be ingratiating that way, and that's for the jury to think that she's that mom, right? And it just seems so forced. But you're right. Everybody knows who the kids are. Maybe the jury doesn't. Remember, the jury is not us. It ain't the people sitting in the gallery. And I talked to a lot of people in the gallery today, and those that were queued up. Why are you here? What's the deal? And some folks even came up. I was surprised to say, "Hey, where's Linda?" And they came up to say that hey, watch you guys all the time. Love what you're doing. And that was nice, because you never know who's watching what, because there's so much for this trial. When the Brian Kohlberger matter ended, everybody's eyes locked on this case, and so
we were coming to this case before that.
Oh my gosh! When people said the what case, the who, what. And now, people have come in from all over the place. I think somebody said there are at least 12 channels streaming it, I think. Something like that.
That would make sense. Let's talk a little bit about the cross of Jeff Lacasse. I thought the cross, aside from the way they crossed, which they look so unprepared, right? And delays and all, but the 3
almost
points
like they didn't know, we have to cross now? Okay.
But the 3 points made that Wendi is a deeply deceitful person, that he only had small talk with Donna Adelson, and that on July 13, 2014, he didn't say Donna, she didn't say Donna to him had looked into hiring a hitman the year before. She said Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman the year before, which is when they were doing with all that relocation motions. So I thought those 3 points were actually good, but they kind of got lost in the kind of meander. It didn't meander, but it was like, I don't know. It was the stylistic, and I just, maybe they can't do. I would be like a bump, and they'd be like, okay, and then I'd be having that so that the jurors wrote it down. I don't know.
Let me get to the cross here in a second. Let me some random comments about the direct. I thought the note about the broken TV. And he described it very clearly, and basically, in his opinion, somebody had thrown something and hit it. I would have liked to have known more about that, and maybe nobody knows. Maybe it's not come up. Maybe it's been ruled against in prior motions. I don't know, but that doesn't just happen.
No,
somebody's angry. Somebody's mad about something.
Or a kid has whacked the TV. Yeah,
but those TVs now are pretty darn durable, and if a 3 or 4 year old kid hurls something,
it could.
It may not break. It could, but that's the point. I wanted to know more, because it left me hanging there with.
Because it was a spider web, so it looked like so it had to be hit in the middle, and then it expanded out with the glass.
And why do you make everybody watch a movie on the damn thing? Why do you do that?
Why are you going to call somebody to fix that TV?
I mean, it's clearly this thing is busted.
Right. It's clearly when you have that kind of crack, it's busted. So why are you calling somebody in to fix that TV? Because he had a policy on it, so you could have the Geek Squad come in. Geek Squad come in. It used to be with the Best Buy. The Geek Squad started with Best Buy. Remember?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember it well.
And branched out, and now they're. I don't think they're no longer, right? They're gone.
Yeah, I don't know if they're standalone or not anymore, because Best Buy is dying or dead in most places.
But so that makes it appear like okay, so that was just set up, right? That was just a setup, whether somebody threw the TV. And then you have a perfectly good TV to watch in another room.
That was just weird. Why wouldn't you just? This is broken. She's making the kids watch it too. I mean, it makes no sense to me. The other note that I thought was interesting was the whole. Cancellation of the trip they had planned. They were going to come back on July 17th, the day before she had to pick up the kids, but her concern and the reason she wanted to cancel the trip, she said to Lacasse, is that, well, I got to pick the kids up like at 5 o'clock on the 18th, and they were due back on the 17th. So, I mean, how many things would have to go wrong for her not to be there for that? So it makes you wonder, why was she so concerned about being back so she'd be there on the 18th?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, it's really. Did you get the impression that his testimony was a lot deeper? First of all, it was very well prepared, and he was very well prepared in the way he walked in and all. But
I think when you're just an honest person, it's easy to look prepared. He's just telling you what happened. He got admonished once for offering a little bit more that was necessary on cross, but so what? Because he's just trying to tell the story.
Yeah, he just But I thought his well, first of all, his testimony seemed to me to be, and this is what we talked about, how you established the link. We spent a lot of time when we were in breaks here. His testimony to me seemed really much even more damning against Wendi than in the past, okay? And Wendy's relationship to Charlie. So then the question becomes, because the defense did make the point that he hardly ever, just small talk with Donna. The linkage, right? Because you have to link, we're trying Donna, you have to link what Wendi and Charlie have done to be Donna being Ma Donna, the Don of the family, the overall one who designed this plan in this bicycle spokes of the wheel. When does that come? Because I know you had a problem with that yesterday, and I'm sure you don't see that linkage yet.
No, I don't. And I, every time I listen to some of these ooh-ah moments, they're usually bad for Wendi, but not.
Yeah, except for Rob,
Donna.
when he said that when Rob, the son, said that my mother hated Dan Markel, that was a.
Yeah. That's and again, they're going to be asked in argument to consider the source. That here's a guy that is not exactly chummy with his mom, and he'll say anything that reflects badly on her. And again, that was yesterday, so I'm just dividing yesterday from today. So far, I haven't heard anything that gets me closer. But speaking of Rob, I thought it was very interesting to hear the story about. I think it was an email. I think it was an email.
That was the email between Charlie and Wendi.
Yeah, that said, don't tell mom and dad about Jeff. And Jeff's like, dude, I've met them 5 or 6 times and been around. So what's her motivation for hiding Jeff after the fact from Charlie? I don't understand. I don't know why that was a big deal to her.
Yeah, so I don't know, but it does sound to me, the whole thing sounded more like, again, he had never seen this. This is the first time he's seen this, right? This email that supposedly he was being hidden, right? But if she in her mind is setting Jeff up to take the fall, maybe she doesn't want to tell Charlie because she knows what's going on, so she's doing her own independent, right? She's making that. She's setting Jeff up to take the fall. And to me, this sounded more like Wendi was setting Jeff up, but that gets us closer to convicting Wendi. How does that get right? That,
you're right. Yeah, it's all of this is circling around Wendi, and Donna's over there. Hey, this is my trial.
Yeah, that's what they want to see. But then we know what's coming though. We know
the bump is coming. It's been teased a little bit. The language is coming up.
How is that? How's it in court? How's it been teased?
Again, they have tendencies there. It's nobody's fallen asleep, other than my secretary. Everybody's, they are as you would expect them to be. I'm not. I haven't seen any gasps or anything else. But the bump, when that first came up, it comes up without explanation, right? A couple of times it's just mentioned as a thing. Right. I'm sure you know about the bump, so there might have been let's say some confusion over that. Just like without more, what is that? What does it tell you? Hey, there was a moment. And this may have happened in his prior testimony. I'm getting them confused myself. But there was a moment when Wendi says to, again, this is all bad for Charlie, who's already convicted, and Wendi, but not necessarily Donna. But Wendi asks Jeff, can I tell you something in confidence?
Right.
Remember
this happened on this trial too.
Yeah, this was last summer. She says Charlie looked into all options, I think is how it was described. He looked into all options in terms of the Dan Markel problem.
Right. It was the previous. He said that the last, just to get it right, because people looking think you're thinking last summer. It was the summer before Dan Markel was killed. He wanted to tell. Wendi said she wanted to tell him something confidential.
Yes, and he said he found out it was going to cost $15,000. Little did he know that the price had gone up by the time he actually secured the hitman. Because $15,000 would have been a bargain.
So I interrupted you, but she was but I interrupted you to get the timing for people that don't know the timing. So it was he wanted to hire. So in 2014, right? He said on July 13, 2014, she wants to tell him that confidentially. Now this is close to her breaking up, right, with him, right?
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, that whole
breaking up with him
is weird.
And she wants to tell him that confidentially that Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman. She breaks up with him, I think. Let's see, the hit's on the 18th, right? Thursday, 17th. She breaks up with him on the 15th. On the 14th. The 14th, was it? So I was going to say, so within a day or two of her sending him an email breaking up with him because she doesn't like conflict. So she breaks up with him by email.
Yeah.
Right after she tells him this confidential information.
And also right after she's asking him about that trip and his route. He's going to go to Tennessee, and she wants to know when he's leaving and what his route is going to be. Of course, we know he left the night before, kind of foiled that connection.
And she didn't know that.
Those are weird things to be asking someone. And he described, I think he was asking follow-up on the reference to the hitman and all options, that no, she was dead serious. That was the quote. It wasn't a kidding moment. It was dead serious. And remember what that comes on the heels of. This is the battle between Wendi Adelson and Jeff Lacasse about, the Dan Markel factor becoming, the third. He's like the third player in their relationship, right? He's always talked about it. It's always in between them. And it was almost as if Wendi is saying to him, that's not going to be a problem much longer. Why? Charlie's looked into all options to solve the Dan Markel problem, including the hitman. So her confidential statement to him was almost to appease him, to say, look, I know it's a problem between us now. It's not going to be forever. And here's why.
Yeah, but she's also thinking about making him the fall guy. She wants to know his route, because then
that was later though. The fall guy part was later.
Later, but then she wants to know because right, exactly. It's going to ping off the tower near Truscott, which I've told everyone to go watch the route. By the way, people have told me that the only ABC liquor at that time, 11 years ago, was at that location. It wasn't all around like they are now.
I've checked into that, and that was not the only location. It was not.
All right, great.
Yeah, it was not the only location. Yeah, there are now probably more, and that's the nature of that kind of franchise. But no,
I think your mosquitoes are coming here.
Yeah, they're traveling. That was like they're like Subway now, Subway sandwich shop, almost across the street from one another. I noted that the gallery in general during that back and forth with Lacasse and the yoga date, where he says,
yoga date.
I'm not sure why we're stretching for 80 minutes. But they were just eating up that whole back and forth, which revolves around what we were just talking about. I mean, you could just tell that there's buzz, and these are hardcore true crime fans, predominantly women. We know that's the audience generally, and they're smart and they know this case, and so when something resonates with them, they react. I thought that was very interesting to kind of sitting in the middle of that buzz.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So she hasn't broken up with him, but she wants to know his travel plans, and he tells her, and he's going to leave Friday, and he's going to leave Friday around 11 o'clock in the morning. I think he said, which is exactly about when the hit would be done, so that she knows that his phone is going to ping off the cell tower right near Truscott, because I gave her the route. But then she breaks up with him 2 days later, and he doesn't tell her that he changes his route. I forget whether it was weather or whatever. I forget the reason why, and I don't think it was asked why he changed the time of to go.
I'm not sure.
I feel like it was asked at the last trial, but I don't think it was asked at this trial.
I agree. Yeah, I think it was too.
And as they said, though, I changed it. I actually went the night before, and I didn't have any discussion with Wendi because Wendi had told me not to talk to her for a week when in the email. And then he gets killed. So I mean, that really. And then we have her brought into the police station the day he's killed, and she's like, "Oh yeah, Jeff, he's the jealous lover." I mean, when her friend talks about he'd be this hot prime suspect. Oh, poor Jeff.
I know, and I hope we can get him on. He seemed open to it, but we'll see.
And I'm glad he talked to him before he went on today.
I did, yeah, and because I saw him sitting there, obviously I knew who it was, and I just introduced myself. We chatted for a minute. And I said we'd love to have you on when this is all over, and he said when it's all over. Said, all right.
Who was on our chat today? Doug was here. Doug was in our chat.
Doug
earlier.
W.
Doug W. He wanted to know who Jimmy was, so we got the whole story.
Oh my gosh!
But he was in listening to some of the trial, and also, Doug is great with all witnesses. I mean, I just thought Doug's reaction yesterday to Rob when he's putting his hands over his face, like, "Oh, this is devastating."
Yeah, I saw some comments on that. Yeah, I mean, those who have followed it, obviously, even if you haven't, that testimony was powerful. But those who have followed this, to see him, make an official appearance, give the testimony that he did, that was huge. That's if the jury takes that to heart, that's some of the hardest evidence against Donna that we've seen so far. So, we'll see. I did one comment I noted on that cross you were talking about, the cross of Jeff. One question that was started by Zellman and never finished. He asked about the all options confidential statement. He started to ask about it. And then he stopped, went over to the defense table, and then said no further questions.
What was that about? I know.
He was going to ask about the all options, note that the confidential statement Wendi made to Jeff, which was, hey, confidentially, last summer, Charlie looked into all options to handle the Dan Markel problem. Hitman, 15 grand. He started to ask about that, like he was going to tear into it. I have a feeling he thought this could backfire on me, and he decided to back away from it and not
tell us why. Tell us why.
I just think it's because it supports any plan to kill Dan Markel, and I don't think you want that in the jury's mind, because then that's easier for them to get to Donna being involved in any plan. So why do you want to reinforce that really horrible scenario by digging into it on cross-examination? I don't know if maybe Jackie Fulford nudged him when he got back to the table, because he was there for a few seconds and kind of shuffling like he was going to do something more, and then he left that hanging, and that was the end of it.
Why would you? Let me ask you this: as a defense attorney, this is a major issue, major piece of evidence. It's certainly going to be a major piece of evidence if in terms of Wendi, if they ever charge all of this, because they're building the case. That's Wendi. Somebody says my keyboard is next to my mic. No, my mic is sitting here, and it's
it sounds good to me. Are you having issues?
Yeah,
sounds good to me.
And it's a wireless mic, so it's I'm not anywhere near anything at this point. And I'm not typing. People have heard typing, but trust me, I'm not typing. All right. But why would you not know that would be your non-plan of attack before you started this?
I understand. I agree. Maybe at some point, he's making his notes, and this is going to be great. And then either upon reflection or help from co-counsel, he rethinks it. If people are hearing a buzzing, is that what I'm hearing people complaining about?
Yes. Yeah. Apparently,
there's a leaf blower or something. It's all the way across the street, but obviously I can hear it, so I'm guessing some of it might be picked up in the mic.
Picking up in your mic, right? Yeah, but there's nothing. I'm in my studio here, and
you sound clean.
There's nothing here, and also it's and then we had that this morning. Apparently, the sound was picking up somebody typing in the courtroom.
Oh yeah,
right? And people thought it was me, but it was.
You had to hold up your hands to show.
Yeah, I hold up my hand. I'm not typing. Trust me,
Yeah, no, those
and if I am, you're gonna hear it.
They are so sensitive. So it could be the clerk, it could be the judge. I mean,
we heard the judge typing yesterday a lot. We could hear them when the judge was typing. Yeah.
So let's see. We're gonna pick up with Ryan, right? It wasn't what he took the stand as I was leaving, but I never quite got into his testimony, and it sounded like they almost immediately took this break. because of the evidentiary issue. So I'm not quite sure exactly what the deal is.
Yeah, well, they're showing the seal. So he said he'd come back at 12:30. So he likes to usually come back about 5 minutes early and tell the jury to go to the bathroom. He's got this thing about the
If you haven't
toilet.
already gone now, children, go
Yeah,
to the bathroom.
but it's really kind of cute. Really, I mean, I just love him. I think he's like a big teddy bear, a big Santa Claus teddy bear.
Oh,
and
hey,
yet
how about,
he runs that courtroom.
how about this comment about
Ryan is
Donna
done.
Adelson?
Ryan is done. Ryan was that quick. I mean,
Oh,
you
he's
missed-
done? In the time that I left the courtroom and relocated, they were done? Okay. All right. Hey, what about the statement made allegedly by Donna that Dan seems to be back from the grave haunting me? What do you think of that?
I missed that.
You missed
Tell me when that happened. Yeah, because I was probably in my
That was
meeting and I
after
missed it.
the basic discussion with the bump, and that was from June Unkinda. June
I
Unkinda,
must have missed it after the.
or as I now call her, June Pay Me Now Unkinda.
That's funny that she wants to be paid.
I appreciate the honesty, but
Yeah,
it was
I
kind of
appreciate the
surprising.
honesty too. Yeah.
Yeah,
So tell me, give me the statement and give me the context, so as if I'm
Okay,
hearing for the
this
first
was
time.
right after the bump, and she described everybody in the mix there as being nervous, right? And so she said at some point in that period of time, Donna says to Charlie, and then apparently Charlie relayed it, or she was there with Charlie, unclear. It seems like Dan is back from the grave haunting me. So that was all in reaction to the bump and the stir that created.
No, that could be an admission against interest. That's why it comes
Sure.
in. Absolutely.
Sure.
With all the other
because
things,
then you're
it's not-
forced to argue the other side that, well, they never got along. She didn't like him, wouldn't kill him, but so she can't put him out of her life. He keeps coming back, but it's not a great argument.
No. And Oasis Cap points out that as June, I call her June U. I testified in the previous trials. Donna said to June that she felt Dan was haunting them or me. It really doesn't make a difference, really, because them then implicates a conspiracy, right?
Yes, true,
Oasis. I mean, I think that shows guilt, because there's no reason for him to be haunting them unless they killed him, in my opinion, being Italian and superstitious.
And from what I understand, and I was in transit, so you guys help me if I got this totally wrong, but Ryan, who was a former friend of Charlie's, they had a bad breakup. So I'm not sure what he had to say and how that failed relationship would affect what he had to say. But if he was on and off that quick, probably not a whole lot to work with there.
Yeah, but it's funny though. Every time they say Ryan Fitzpatrick, I think of the Jets quarterback who came in, right? Ryan Fitzpatrick, where?
Talk about coming back to haunt you. Whoa.
Yeah, but he was a great person anyhow. And fun. And then he went down to Florida. So when you say that, that's what I'm thinking about. I think I had the whole thing, Fitzmagic and everything. So as soon as they say Ryan Fitzpatrick, I'm like, oh, my mind is in someplace else.
Yes.
Yeah,
I understand. It is that we're getting all fired up for football because it is,
September 7th,
next week.
baby.
Next week is the first
September
game, right?
7th. Week from
weekend. Yeah.
Well, the Thursday night will be the first game.
Oh, yeah.
So Brooklyn asked, someone posted yesterday that the jurors are wearing name tags, not number tags. Is that true? We are frozen. This is a frozen Michael taking a swig of Coca-Cola. I won't take a screenshot of it.
Am I back?
You're back. You froze.
How is
screenshot of Coca-Cola? Yeah.
Here's my good side.
Go away.
I was expecting, the Starlink is plugged into the car, right? And every time I have a rental car, I have to guess, what do I have to do to fool this car to keep the power to that plug? And
wait a second. I just realized no wonder you look so short next to Jimmy. You're sitting on your tushy.
No, that's how I felt. I felt like I was sitting. I'm in the park now, having a lovely day in the park. So I'm sitting down. I got the equipment on the bench. Because when I travel, it's not like I can bring all of my stands
Where
and all
were we?
my chairs.
Where were we in terms of the thing? Are they the name tags? Are the jurors wearing name tags or number tags?
Name tags.
Or no tags?
I think they have just badges that say juror, but I don't think they have names on them.
Yeah, I've never seen that at all.
Yeah.
So what did Ryan Fitzpatrick actually say, chat? because he was on and off so fast. What did Ryan Fitzpatrick actually say? So
I
fill
heard
everybody in.
Yeah, I heard the ramp up, but when it got to the part about their
Hey, Doug.
breaking.
Wait! Look who's here.
It's Doug Weinstein.
It's my
It's
real
co-host Doug
co-host.
Weinstein.
It's co-host. It's my co-host. Hey, so what did you miss, Doug? Doug needs you left at Ryan Lacasse's testimony, I think, Doug. That's when you left, right?
So he saw the X.
Yeah, I think he left at Ryan Lacasse's testimony. Did you think that was pretty devastating to Wendi? And how is it to Donna, Doug? You probably type faster than me. Or we can always give Doug a link to come on. He can have a proverbial link. You saw a bit of Jeff. Okay, that's the thing. When do you have to be back in court, Michael?
Any time now, because it hasn't been like, oh God, I can't get a seat. But now I'm going to go and try and sit by Jimmy, because I know he's going to want to be like front and center. And that way, if the IRS ever questions my deductions for this trip, I can show them the video that I was there.
Jimmy, Doug is working. Yeah. So I'm supposed to be on vacation. So this is why I'm here with Michael this week. He did this to me. He had the Adelson case specially put on this week, and you're working and I'm on. Actually, I'm not, because I just had a meeting upstairs. So actually, I'm not.
Yeah, you don't really know how to do vacation.
I'm always working. I've got the pile here. I even got the Justice Serve TV pile here. That in September we have to start all these. Justice Serve TV, the hunt. I'd love to have something called Tickle the Wire, but I don't think that's going to fit in with the hunt, which is the search for Stephanie. Whose last name I have not given you yet, and we will get that set up. I promise you. We decided to wait till September because there was just too much going on with all these trials. It was like crazy, Yeah, testimonies are really flying by. I mean, the witnesses they were doing this morning were actually initially thought to be scheduled for this afternoon. So now this afternoon's witnesses must be tomorrow morning's witnesses. So
and that may be in an early day. Yeah, maybe an early day.
Yeah.
And it's funny because going into this morning, the word was that they were a touch behind, and I think that's because of all the delays from yesterday. There was some clunkiness with during the Wendi testimony that they thought
but they weren't because at the end of the day, Kappelman said to the judge, the witnesses tomorrow morning will be the ones that were scheduled for the afternoon instead. We've passed those.
Good.
So
and I know that the officer Bannon, I think it was the one that I talked to, he was sitting out in the hallway waiting to go.
I think it was Brent. Was it Brennan or Bannon?
Bannon, one of those two. I looked on my list and it's the only B.
Yeah, I have Brent. I put Brennan down, but
he's with TPD. Right. And I knew he'd be fast, and he was just hoping he'd get on and get out of there, which he did.
And he did. Right. Yeah. He did. He was the one who talked about the tape. And when you see how far deep the house is, how deep into Truscott the house is, I thought the house was like near the intersection, right? That you were making a turn, and then you see it. You have to be able to.
It's almost a half a mile or more.
Yeah. It's at the end of your trip down Truscott.
And that road, it's not like 34 Fairview. Although if you come in from the opposite side of 34 Fairview, it is a ways as well, but not nearly as far as the Truscott home is from the intersection with Centerville, which is what happened.
No, I just say Doug saw. Somebody asked about Doug's Yak song, with Doug in it, but that's been out for about a month. But I think they still want the link, Doug. They want the link. We're good at crime investigation. Singing is not our thing, but of course, not the 0077 Texas is not too much against. They call it Donna Tells Day. I'm calling her Madonna. So who's up next then, Michael? We're going to finish with Ryan's out. So do you know?
Yeah, we'll see. That'll depend on what they've worked out in this issue with the evidentiary problem. So
what's the problem?
I'm not sure because I left as they were getting into it. So I really have no idea. So we'll see. And I think more of the these we haven't had a lot of. We haven't had the FBI. We haven't had, the deep investigation.
Right. Oh, yeah, right. We haven't had.
So I'm thinking, and they've teased the bump.
Sanford hasn't been on.
They've teased that, so we may be on the verge of Patrick Sanford, the head FBI guy.
Yeah.
Just my
Yeah,
guess.
so maybe we'll be close to that.
I'll know
Yeah.
because as soon as I go up there, they'll be waiting in the hallway, whomever it is, and so I'll X that out when I
Well,
can see
but
who it is.
maybe you should start. It's 12:34. The seal is up. Maybe you should
Yeah, I
start
got to go
on your
through
way.
the massive security check here. It's like, go ahead. Yeah, you want?
Yeah,
me
you can
to-
bring your computer and everything else in.
I haven't been
And
taking
so-
it just because of the battery issues, because I got to use it
Okay.
for this as well. So I
Right,
have
right.
been using my phone to post on
Okay.
X a lot of
Okay.
stuff. So
Right. All right. I'm trying to retweet it. Somebody's painting Doug's portrait. That's really great. Doug is fabulous, and he was such a great co-host yesterday. When I'm auditioning for a new co-host.
yes, yes.
I
Next,
just never go like I'll forget it because
I'll
he took
send
us off
Jimmy
the air.
down. I'll send Jimmy on down to.
No, you're going to be
step
on
in.
with Jimmy next time we do this. I'm doing this with you.
He's
okay?
going back tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'll have to see when tomorrow. Maybe I can get him to join us after court today.
Okay, we're
I'll
going to do an
see.
after court wrap up. We'll probably be on until about 6, and then
Yeah. So let me see if he's interested in doing that.
Yeah.
And
So we'll
I'll
probably
come and we'll sit on the ground together here.
yeah, and maybe we can replay some of maybe Lacasse's testimony if we have a chance. It depends on when they wrap up. They may not wrap up to 5:30. I mean, this judge.
Yeah.
So our plan is to do the show to 6 at nights and do our wrap up, and then we're not doing a 6 o'clock show because Michael's in court all this week. Maybe next week we'll go back to a 6 p.m. show.
Yeah. It seems to make more
So-
sense since we're here. What do you do?
Right.
Stop for 15 minutes and come back? And
No, it's
doesn't make
ridiculous.
sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
All right,
well, let me
you
run.
know, I'll keep talking and and we'll see what's happening.
And watch me shut down the entire network here.
No, can Missy, thank you. I was scared after yesterday. Poor Michael was so tired yesterday because he'd been traveling 14 hours. He couldn't get there. He had to be diverted to LaGuardia. Then he had to be on the runway at Atlanta. Then because it would be faster, he picked up a rental car, drove from Atlanta to Tallahassee. And then he had to get into court. Then he had to change. He had to get into court because we heard the story about him spilling the stuff on his shirt. And he still was in court. And so when he's rushing from the car, he stopped the car to do these things, these discussions when we had time. And when he went to get us on the office, he hit the wrong button and he took us totally off the air. So now we're not letting him touch the buttons. Okay. But we got back pretty quickly and all of you came back pretty quickly. So we thank you all for that. Now here we are. The judge is bringing the jurors in. Let's hear if he says, oh, the jurors are in the bathroom. Let's see. There's Madonna. Uh-oh, here we go. Here's the.
Received a new PowerPoint from Sergeant Corbett. I forwarded it to my experts for them to review to see what the changes are. The student just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my expert's going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Student, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both. And I advise defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right, concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised, the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
Let me answer that for you. The prosecution just gave us a new
But the
PowerPoint.
only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well,
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
All right. This is Judge Everett being so nice, okay? Just so you realize that. So what happened here is the prosecution handed over a new PowerPoint for Corbett. It's going to talk about the text and all. I assume we were going to see Sergeant Corbett today. There's been a call to have Mike Easter on, but if we do Corbett's testimony with Easter, he has to see it first. Michael's very particular about just coming on cold. He won't do that. But we'll work on it. But all the defense really had to say really was, look, they gave me a new exhibit with the PowerPoints, and I just want to see how it affects me. But apparently they gave it to him back in April. They gave it to the previous team, and this I'm gathering didn't really know that. And that's the judge, by the way, typing, just so you know, not me. And the judge says, is this a constitutional issue? And it's not a constitutional issue, because it's a constitutional issue. You still have a right to bring it up, even if it's in violation of a scheduling order that you didn't bring it up. You always have a right to bring up a constitutional issue. All right. So everyone is answering the judge no, but the judge has still said, okay, I'm going to stick to the scheduling order. I'm not going to take any objections. If you didn't honor the May deadline, and last Friday, I even extended a little bit. I gave you the opportunity to object. I'm not going to take any objections. But having said that, what does he do? He gives the defense 10 minutes to go through to see if there's anything they really need to object to, and he's going to hear them. So basically what he's doing is making the point, look, if there's something really important that you want, I'm giving you this 10 minutes. Tell me what is there, right? Tell me exactly what is there, and I'll deal with it. But I'm not going to deal with it if it's something in this discovery that you really could have done with, or you really could have complained about earlier. And apparently they did complain, or they haven't had a standing objection about the texts that are in this PowerPoint. So that tends to be covered, right? That's what Ms. Dugan said. That's what Prosecutor Dugan said, who's been handling, apparently, Sergeant Corbett. So even though the judge says, I'm not listening to you, I gave you the chance, you had a deadline, you had the chance, I gave you the chance last Friday, even with the deadline, didn't do anything, the other side took me up on it. But even though I'm going to give you 10 minutes to look through anything, with regard to with regard to any of the exhibits. And specifically, I gather it's this PowerPoint. But what Ms. Dugan says, she removed slides. Removals of slides don't usually change much unless it's a slide that's beneficial. She says that it actually, whatever she did, the slide that's removed were beneficial to the defendant. We don't know which slides those are because we don't have access to the PowerPoint. Okay. That I believe it's the judge. I saw him typing up there on his bench, Missy, by the way, in terms of the typing. Now, I don't know if he is now, and it doesn't look like he is now, but he was before. Yeah, it is not me, and that's what's happening is that you're seeing, you're thinking that's me typing. I'm not typing, okay? And when you do, you'll see a comment. Usually if I'm typing, you'll see a comment come up down below under Justice Served TV. And it won't be a lot of typing because with my nails, come on, I'm not, you know me. Did you all see Michel Bryant go back in the courtroom? Because I thought I saw a flash of a comment, but I did not see him go back into the courtroom, but I'm sure he did. He said things are just so easy. Yeah, it's just so easy there. I mean, let's see, we see, that's definitely not Michel Bryant. And now our stream seems to be frozen because I see it twirling, Missy. And you see there you go. Now we're back to the stream. That boy, I tell you, the streaming with technology is not all it's cut out to be. By the way, everybody, yet it's simply not. And we used to have this trouble even at Law and Crime a lot. So it's not that it just happens at once. Okay. So we'll see if I can next time we go on and I don't really like the courtroom looks back at the I call it the audience, okay? But in this case, since Michel Bryant's gonna be back there, I do want the courtroom looks because I want to see if we can see him, but we probably can't because he's gonna go sit near the jury and the cameras are gonna stay as far away from the jury as they can. The closest they're gonna get is the prosecution table. Now, somebody made a comment, grateful little fam. Okay, thank you, Grateful. And I posted it. Michael's driving demonstration proves that Wendi definitely could not have seen the roadblock without driving down Trescott quite a way. Thank you, Michael. Yes, I was shocked because she said she got to the intersection and she looked down and she could see it. There's no way that she could see it when she looked down at the intersection. And what the officer, I thought it was Brennan, he had Officer B, let's call him, from the GBD. Officer B from the GBD said all the other cars turned around when they saw there was going to be there was a crime scene tape put across. There's only one car. Now he wouldn't know Wendi, but only one car came down to where the crime scene tape was, and we know who that was because that had to be Wendi. Okay, that had to be Wendi. And there's only one reason for her to go down there is to see whether the deed had been done, in my opinion. And then the second thing is, if you see crime, if I came to my house here, upstate New York, I came to the Cap upstate New York, and there's crime scene tape across, I'd be like, wait, what's going on? And then I'd call if I wasn't with my husband or Christina or even my neighbors. I'd call them. Are you okay? What's going on? Are you okay? And apparently before I moved into this cabin, there was a crime scene tape up because there was a body found of somebody who had drug overdose and his cohorts, so they wouldn't be blamed, had placed him in a ditch naked. And some couple who was renting an Airbnb was walking down this dirt path, where there's usually bears and coyotes and snakes, and you get the idea, okay? They're not walking down the path in the Bergdorf shopping area in New York City, all right? There was tape, and all the neighbors apparently were out to try to find out what was going on. Yeah, you'd freak out, and you want to make sure everybody that you know and love or care about is okay. So yes, thank you for posting that. I think we posted the link. I saw the link go past of the driving demonstration. If not, you can go to Justice Served TV YouTube, and it's there, right? It's absolutely there. She didn't call anybody. She just turned around and she went to the ABC Liquors and picked up her bourbon and showed the Here it is. Here's my invitation. You see, stock the bar with Bullet Bourbon. Bullet is spelled Bulleit, by the way. Bourbon, and they call it whiskey on their website, by the way. So that's why some of you post whiskey and some of you post bourbon. They call it whiskey, but it's labeled Bullet Bourbon. So riddle me that, okay? I don't do enough drinking at all, actually, to know why there's a distinction and people are going crazy over the distinction when you say she wanted Bullet Bourbon. Okay, so that's exactly what's going on. So she went to lunch, and that's where the police found her at lunch, right? And then the other thing I have, she wanted the kids okay, when she's at the police station, just me, and I'm just going back to Wendi now, and I know it's on Donna's case, but the prosecution has been building in Donna's case the case against Wendi, in my opinion. Okay, bourbon is a whiskey. Thank you, Micah. This is from somebody who I have to need Jimmy to explain what I did at the bud dispensary. Sitting over here. So I'd want to say you can't keep. I'll talk to you after, but I got to go see my kids. I want my kids. All right, that would be me. I'd want my kids. I mean, my ex-husband just got murdered. I'm not staying at the police. I don't care what. Either arrest me or I'm leaving, because I'm going to get my kids, and then we can talk. You set up time, we can talk. We'll talk afterwards, because I certainly want to find out who the murderer of my children's father is. Right? But she didn't do that, and all. So I see the judge there. Is he about to say something? He's just, look at the difference between him and how he handles things than Judge Beverly Kenney. Look at the difference between how he handles things. It's just it's so different from how he handles things from Kenney. So he's still giving the defense time to make some kind of objection, and maybe even talk to the prosecution about that. I see we moved our feet over, which sounds great. Okay. But he just gives time for the defense to do that now. Okay. So, all right. I think there should be sound, Missy. Okay. Here we go. Let's go into court.
This whole. Very well, and you continue your search while the examination of this whole is taking place. At this point, you need to move forward with resuming the trial.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please bring in the jurors.
Jury entering courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful midday break. At this point, we're going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Dugan, you may call the state's next witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
It will.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull.
Where do you currently work?
The Executive Office of the Governor in the Chief Inspector General's office.
And where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
The Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor. In the position in DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to retire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
Forensic accounting.
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems here?
Right. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanaway's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanaway?
I did.
Did you also review 76, state 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magbanwa employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review state 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanwa, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at the time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically states 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review states 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review states exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review states 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review state 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review states 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanwa from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review states 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanwa's bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all those records that we just talked about, just to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence states 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Just a real quick, Judge.
Go ahead. Student and clerk, need you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69.
One
Seven.
moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80,
82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Can you just give me one more second, please?
No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of States 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about today so far is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today this notebook, States 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move States Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look over.
Go ahead. States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014. and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wouldn't be any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of...
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, it was on the Tuto Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes.
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder?
That's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one. Let's see. From June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014 around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. And April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. And April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right. For Catherine McBanois, did she already own a car according to the DHS&B records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was one second.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along. Sorry, if you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with the car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car in these messages? Did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed? The parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, "I need a loan, buddy." Frowny face.
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine McBanois, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, "LOL, you'll be fine. I got you. I just texted Sully my CC."
That's correct.
And she says, "Stop paying for S word." She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying, yes, she needs to take it ASAP?
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card?
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine McBanois words in green?
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine McBanois let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine McBanois estimates, she says, just put $1,630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
And then she says it came out to 1620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine McBanois got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now? Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance. And she said she would get to it. She had the kids, she would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom. She's paying the insurance now. Just please go this Saturday, smiley face.
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it. I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it. They'll prorate it back to us. Just go Saturday. Don't rush today. And she's saying, I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago. Just chill. You are still the best.
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHSMV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
Let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. It's on the right-hand side.
Right here?
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
2001 Lexus?
Black four-door, that's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanois for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanois to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for 3,000, but we agree to put 300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McBanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids. I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom, he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too.
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones. Y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015.
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McBanois mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015, is Catherine McBanois saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McBanois' account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office,
Did Catherine McBanois have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
4,400 was in cash, and then the 195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McBanois' accounts to
No.
reach 4,400?
No.
Or even 4,000?
No.
Around that time or before that time?
No.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was looks like it was July. It was October
of 2014.
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McBanois' bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McBanois may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder and the bumper also showed on as a time frame.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice.
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute?
He was.
And received checks from there?
Yes.
In 2016, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
And what does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for a kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS, INS." Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
prob.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay. Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs employment to send to DCF for her kids' insurance or if she moves later on. In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine Magbanua's, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
There was 44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence, as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things. But 682 is a copy back in front of every check. Here it is that
Yeah.
Catherine Magbanua received from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a dates, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McBanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks for McBanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time, he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time.
That's right.
For all those checks that were written.
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority.
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
When you reviewed the phone records in this case, did Donna Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McBanois here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markel?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did McBanois receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? Do you have your clicker? I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here?
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here, and then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay, and what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine McBanois, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days. In other words,
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2. It's,
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes,
And were any of these checks sequential?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So
Are these 3 checks sequential here?
they are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2.
Okay, so are these 3 checks
10.
sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Okay, and then are these 6 checks sequential?
that's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks. It's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes,
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
it would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000 and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002, and a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in this summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine McBanois, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October 2014? Was McBanois receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
no decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct, no decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McBanois' employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanois' account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBook records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that McBanois posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to McBanois was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according to her records after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by McBanois from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump?
It would.
But after in sequence of McBanois checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing McBanois checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
Looking at Magbanwa's income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markel?
$13,035.
Looking at 2014, the year that Dan Markel was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay. And that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markel's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over 10,000.
Yes.
And a little over 5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay. And he was Charlie Adelson's roommate.
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay. So about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year.
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year? This is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markel and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year.
Mm-hmm.
How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less?
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income
Yes.
the cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
You said that 2014 was the year that Magbanwa had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have the visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markel was murdered?
Yes.
And the second
the second and third highest month, October and July.
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2.
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years.
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markel?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markel's murder for Catherine McBanois?
The year before was 15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was 44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the year before?
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited 17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs.
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute.
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October.
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendi Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as $371,000.
Did Wendi Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
Oh, she could do that comfortably for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendi Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the $130-something thousand, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts
that he gave to or offered Catherine McBanois over the years from 2014 to 2016.
Yes.
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash, and that being preferred?
Yes.
Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is the mentions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom."
And he says, no problem.
He says, "No problem."
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe?
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
The rule you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Holland.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
Well, I know it's boring, but it's a very important testimony with regard to the fact that, to me, that the Adelsons did have the $1 million to pay the bribe that they were talking about. So that wasn't just small talk. And that also that the money stopped flowing from the Adelson Institute after the bump or tickle of the wire. You know that I was going to enjoy that. I understand about the 13 to 46 to 26, but now let's go back in the court and listen. Look, somebody's running out of court. Did you just see that? I've had enough. This is boring. I hope that wasn't Michel Bryant. It could have been. Maybe he ran before.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Catherine McVanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes,
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
Just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second. Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it from this one. It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee of 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
While she's looking, let me just tell you the big news. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged, in case you've missed that while you're watching this scintillating testimony. They announced it on their dual Instagram page. So that would be our rip and read if we had a rip and read tonight on Justice Served TV.
Any redirect examination? Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's travel and periodontist work, but the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is. The
The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice, but we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015. Magban was still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down.
Well, that clarified things, didn't it?
Well, please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Okay, restroom break for the jurors, and probably a good time to stretch. I'm sure Michel Bryant, was hoping that the testimony in court would be a little bit more scintillating. Not that it isn't important. I don't really care about the articles of incorporation and who was incorporated when, and businesses seldom take really take even a look at their articles of incorporation, especially when they're small family-owned businesses. But if indeed,
2:25.
Oops, hold on.
Someone needs to use the restroom, that would be the time.
Okay, 2:25 to come back. So he is giving 9 minutes for Mrs. Adelson to use the restroom. Okay, again, this is a forensic accountant, obviously a very good forensic accountant. The prosecution came with all the graphics, what was in red, what was in yellow and all. But the upshot of the story was Catherine McMagnoir was getting, had no money before the hit. She was getting $13,000. After the year of the hit, she got $46,000. Then she ended up with $26,000 the year after. But importantly, that the $17,000 she was getting the year after, that were checks written by Donna Adelson from the Adelson Institute, because she wrote the checks, stopped coming after the bump on 4/19. Okay, and the bump, the tickle, the wire. Okay. All right, so that seems to me the most important thing. There was some indication of cross-examination because the Lexus comfort break, we all needed one, Doug. Michel Bryant's probably saying this is probably killing him. He was getting murdered in there listening to this, all right? Yes, she got paid for a boob job too. Yes, she did, a breast enhancement job. And then we heard a lot of Harvey here because Harvey and Donna were on their own credit cards together. Not unusual, husband and wife, right, on their own credit cards, right? And then the cash discount, quite frankly, all that indicate to me that doesn't really, with businesses, all businesses that we frequent these days, for the most part, have a discount for cash so that they don't pay the credit card fee. All the prosecution really is indicating there that they had a way to get cash that they didn't report. All right. Well, maybe they were all tips, because remember, you have to report your tips for a certain amount. And that's all that indicates, is that would be a way then to get cash. But quite frankly, I think it kind of, it goes with the fact that they could have had cash. It supported the fact that Charlie could have had cash. But that's about it. I mean, I don't really care that a business gave a cash discount. Jimmy left the courtroom during the forensic analysis testimony. Doug Weinstein stayed with us during the forensic analysis testimony. I want to know if Michel left the courtroom. Michel Bryant left the courtroom. I have a feeling he may have, okay, during the analysis. But again, what was really important here, I don't think anything on the cross was that important, quite frankly. So what was really important is that the money stopped flowing to KDM, who had been getting money from the Adelson Institute after the bump. The bump. Now, the jurors don't know what the bump is. That's the most interesting thing. So my question to you on the chat, all of you who are not wishing Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce congratulations. I think that in this day and age that we have all this stuff going on, it's really nice to have some happy news during a day and all. And it doesn't appear that they're out there killing everybody with their money, right? Oh, okay. Here we go. This must be Michel Bryant. I admit I had to leave the courtroom and my head started bobbing. Oh my goodness gracious. So was Magbanois got the Lexus. There was some indication that when they transferred one of the car over, it had 140, 160,000 miles. Usually you have to pay people to take them way up here in New York. No one wants a car with 140 or 160,000 miles. So the $1,700 for the car, which appeared to be a discount, quite frankly, up here, as I said, you had to pay $1,700 to take it away. If that car got stuck on an island like, shall we say, Martha's Vineyard with that kind of mileage, it'd be $2,000 to get it off the island to get it fixed by the time you get it on a boat. So that doesn't do anything for me. The only thing that really does anything for me is that she's getting a lot of checks the year of the murder. She's getting a lot more income than she's had, 3 times the amount of income that she's had, more than 3 times, 3.5 times, and that she's still getting checks after the murder, and that the checks stop after the bump. Now, again, the jurors don't know what the bump is, right? It was in the opening, yes, yeah, they were told about it, but they really haven't heard the evidence about it. Remember, openings are just and the openings are short, and they're just the roadmap. But the significance of the way I think that the significance of the way that Sanford is going to set this up is they're watching them. He's going to talk about it in much greater detail, kind of like Mike Easter did. And as I said, they have labeled it the bump here, but in the FBI lingo, apparently it is tickling the wire because and all. Maybe because there wasn't full wiretaps on here, they called this the bump. But then they did have the wire, right? Because that's how after the bump occurs, where Donna Adelson is stopped by the undercover agent, a very pleasant undercover agent, very pleasant person. Hey, here's my friend needs more money. Thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from you. Bye bye. Blah blah. And then she walks away and then nothing happens for like 3 days, 2 or 3 days. And they're kind of worried what this didn't work. And then so wire a little more, let's text her. And the undercover text Donna Adelson, and there's some text back and forth. And then Adelson makes the call. Donna Adelson makes the call to Charlie Adelson. All right. And there you go. All right. So the fact that the money stopped after that bump, all right, I think was simply the most important testimony. And the jury gets out of this. That McManawa was getting a lot of her income. She got a boob job. She was getting money from the Adelson Institute. And that's really, if I'm writing down, I wrote about 1.5 pages, and I wrote what was on the cross-examination and the redirect. And the redirect, the prosecution went after Harvey a little bit here, but I'm not sure if they're setting Harvey up for maybe because he made some transfers of money, or he could have transferred money, but I really don't think they've connected Harvey at all. We're talking about connecting Donna to this crime. And as Michel Bryant still believed that they still needed to connect her, that they're setting it up, but they still need to connect her. They need that one additional connection. And I think that conditional connection is going to come with the bump and then the calls to the jail with Charlie. You've already have the motive. You have the fact that she is the Don of the family. That's been established. The Don of the family, the motive, she hated him. You have her total involvement with Wendi. And you can see that Wendi, somebody was posting pictures of Wendi on like yearbook pictures and all. And then she was the She was the prize of the family and all. So I think that when they get to those calls, quite frankly, that's it. Because I think the prosecution, quite frankly, comfort break. I think it's because their head was spinning. After a while, you're just like, oh my goodness gracious. Now, and I know this is important, but it does get a little bit tedious and it does get boring. Is the defense done already? Well, Christopher Camatini, let me, that just comment just passed by before I go to our start comments. Just passed me by, right? Let me see. Done in which way? Done in the cross examination, or are they done in like just stick a fork in the meat and the meat is done? Okay. All right. That's where we are. With regard to that. Miss Jessica ND, Linda, what is your favorite direct that we can watch? Well, my favorite direct my favorite cross that you can't watch because it was in federal court was in a discrimination case, and it was in a defamation case, by the way, where the prosecutor, the head guy of a county, had really defamed one of the assistant prosecutors, almost suggesting that he was involved in something that he was not involved in, and he lost his job. He couldn't find another job. His character was really gone. And my cross-examination was very short because it had been like years since the prosecutor did this, like 4 years, right? And so I just stood up and asked one question, and I said, sir, in the 4 years that this case has been going on and that my client has been without a job after you said X, Y, and Z, have you ever apologized to him? The answer was no. I said, thank you very much. I'm finished. Okay. And that was it. To me, that was my favorite cross-examination. One question. All you need sometimes is one question. Now, what's still online that you can see? You can watch my cross of Detective Camper and Hernandez. It's not your traditional cross of go at you. It's more of a cross of talking with you and having a conversation and all. But it ended up being a very effective cross, obviously. But it's not one of the ones that you're going to say I went after somebody and was crazy. So take a look at that. That ran like over a 2-day period and all. That I believe is there. But cross examinations are really interesting. First of all, everybody has their own style. And what we teach at Harvard at the Trial Advocacy Workshop is no one can be a better you than you in a courtroom. You have to do your own style. If I got into that courtroom, I would not have any style like Fulford or Zellman. My cross style would vary. It could be as simple as one question, or it could be, I'm just, which I did in Hernandez in one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, actually, the firearms.
Capelman, who will be the next witness?
All right, let's go back at the court. Both the Jimmy and Michel Bryant are out of the courtroom. I hope that Michael's doing an interview with him somewhere that we can play later, because all of you people are coming in there saying, "Oh, what's next? What's next?" I thought I was coming for this exciting trial, and I ended up with the forensic accountant, who, by the way, did a great job. Did a great job. All right, a little quiet, a little peace. Are they waiting for Donna Adelson to come back? What are they waiting for? Yeah, Michel Bryant wants to catch witnesses before they go in as they leave, and he's very good at it. He's fearless, first of all, as you've all learned. And he goes right up to them, you know, and as you can see, nothing stops him. He's like, first of all, he's like the Energizer Bunny. He loves this. I mean, I like anchoring. I think it's fabulous. But he loves to be on the road. I mean, he just loves it. He just drives everywhere. And you see, please go watch the drive of Trescott, because you will come. He doesn't believe Wendy's story after he did it, and he didn't even get down to ABC. He said, "I don't even feel a need to go to ABC. I see this drive." And he saw where Mr. Geiger's house, and Mr. Geiger's house has this beautiful bow window. And I remember because it's kind of like what my parents had in a house they had built. They were very popular at a certain time, but just a gorgeous front window. And that's the window that he was looking out. And then he went to the house where obviously it's been sold and people are living there, where Dan Markel was assassinated in his garage on the phone with his friend, talking to his friend in his garage, where you feel absolutely safe. You never would think that anything like that could happen to you. But yes, Honeybee, it was a fabulous video. I mean, he did the drive when we were at Karen Reed twice. Remember one time he was followed on the Karen Reed drive? Remember that? Up in Karen Reed. And this time he was not followed. But as he's going down it, as he was going down it, as he was going down it, he was like, I don't need to go any further. I don't believe that's her story. I just don't. So it's just brilliant. And that's what we always tell people. But I tell you what, that would be, if this jury went down that drive, although the jury knows Trescott, so they kind of know it. It's not like they have to do a scene. But boy, wow. And this is, again, my husband is here because it's supposed to be a vacation week. He's actually working on cases and doing interviews. I am with you, having dirty matcha, which he made for me.
Everyone can be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Zoe B. I'm going to try to convince Michel Bryant to get a mic such as this. And I can also put the second mic if I'm doing an interview on somebody and goes right into, I don't need the mic to hear. I just won't have the Justice Served TV little insignia or thing on it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltore.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes.
Congratulations. Was your name before you got married Libreta?
Libretto.
Okay. All right. So where do you currently work? Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay. And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How long did you work at the Adelson Institute?
Over 40 years.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
In Tamarack.
Was the exact address of the Adelson Institute 7737 University Drive in Tamarack?
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years.
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we had talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month, he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute. And other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
it was 11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
It was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine McBanois?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient that once or
No.
one time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
right,
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes.
And
Would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine McVanois the wife part of that team?
No.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanois?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
Right. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just wanted to lay that foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
40 years being Harvey Adelson's assistant, working for the Adelson Institute. Wow. Dental assistant. Wow. Wow. And McVanois Katie was a patient. Katie testified she actually worked there at one point in one of the early trials. I guess that was to cover the checks, but when, you're getting checks, it does look like you're working there. Yeah. Now, they have, interesting that their client's not into this discussion. I always tell people it's a bad look when you just don't do anything with your client. I mean, Donna Adelson's looking over. Oh, bad look. In my opinion.
Direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up?
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine?
Correct.
Now, in your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going back for a conference. We just left the conference, and now we're going back to the conference. Okay. That's actually a really nice point, except for the fact that I said in my head, if I'm a jury, I'm really not going to be about my son-in-law to my dental assistant.
Back during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you have would the voicemail be able to be checked from there if it's checked by someone in the office? That would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute.
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel,
No.
but you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but.
Not regularly?
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir. She can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Okay.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
A brief break. We just had a break. Who was the name? The last name was Rivera. What was the first name? I think it was Clarissa Rivera. Was that it? No, Clarissa just testified. Clarissa Flatelli. She had a different last name. It was the right. So that she had a different last name when she testified in the past. So now we're having.
I see.
Yeah, she had a different last name because she.
Go ahead.
Got married.
Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. Do you understand?
The court's not over for the day. Stay with us. I thought. Yeah, Katie's next. No, Mike Michael's in the courtroom because he just texted me. Katie.
And he will need just a second to get situated. So, is that okay?
That's fine. For how long the McBenowa will take as a witness? Do you believe he will still get Sergeant Corbett today?
So it's Katie McBenowa.
5:30, I think we can start.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish them today in all likelihood.
Yeah, you see Michael, he's there, he's texting me. And I'm texting him back. Woo! I'm going to actually pull my computer screen a little closer to me. Put it. There he is. He's looking at the text I just sent him. So this is Adelson Institute Day. That's what this is. Adelson Institute Day. That's why we needed the forensic accountant. Well, the lawyers just walked out. Okay, a good thing we have a jury and a judge. The defense lawyers just kind of walked out there. All right, now this is interesting. Yes, they called Katie McManus. Michael Bryant texted me, Katie. Michael Bryant said that Jimmy had left the courtroom a while ago. He was going to try to track him down for an interview, but now he really can't leave because of this of Katie coming in to testify. I think they did put the jurors, by the way, into the jury room for a second while they said they set it up for the next witness. Looks like a lot of people left because they were so bored with the other testimony. So I'm looking at your, all of your comments to see if there's something. I don't want to get started into a long discussion. If Katie is going to testify, we've now just heard a lot about her. Remember, we've all seen a lot of these trials. We've been this for a long time, all right? But people coming in, some people don't know about this trial. This is the first time they're running into it. They didn't know about the Adelson case and certainly didn't know about Donna, all right? And I think we're starting to get those nexuses between Donna. We've established that she hated Markel. That's a motive. We've established that she's the Don of the family. That makes her in control for a possible conspiracy. We've established that she wrote the checks of Adelson Institute to Katie. Now we established that those checks stopped after the bump, even though the federal officials and law enforcement has not talked about the bump. I think that's going to come after Katie. So we've got that with regard to Katie. So now we're starting to see those nexuses to get to the prosecution's burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll have to find out how Michael feels right now. But quite frankly, remember, it's not finished until the state's case ends. Actually, the state's case can prove their case, and then there could be a motion made, which will never be granted here, to dismiss any of the charges. And you can actually, the prosecution can actually use some of the defense cases. The defense presents a case to also prove their case. And the defense kind of committed, which they don't have to honor, to Donna Adelson taking the stand. I'm telling you, I guess if you have nothing to lose at that point and they think they're cooked, you could do it. But if they're cooked and you put a client on the stand and the client is guilty and thinks they can talk their way out of it, they're even more cooked. All right. So everything that the defense could have done or any mistake that has happened just goes down the tube. So if you end up with putting a client on the stand, it's a real problem if you have any appellate issues. It's really not good. So I see the lawyers for the defense for Donna are coming back in. She's talking to either another lawyer or a paralegal on the team, but there's not much contact with her with the two lawyers. And I always think that that's a mistake with regard to it. Even if you're talking to her, not with regard to the discussions of what's going on with the law. But if you watch me in trials, I'm trying to sit next to the client. I'm trying to engage the client because the jury's watching there, respectfully when you can do so if there's a break. Because the jury's actually watching. If the lawyers don't seem to like their client, the jury is not going to like their client. So it's something to always remember that appearances are very important in a courtroom. And that's why when we listened to Alan Jackson talk about Karen Reed, he said everything that was done in a courtroom was planned. And that's what I've always told you. Every word out of everyone's mouth, every kind of motion you make, especially in a high profile case, is planned. I mean, you're not doing anything that you don't know you're doing and doing it for a reason. It always has to go to the theme that you have, right? So that's where we are with regard to that. But we'll see. We did run the poll. Yes, I did see Georgia's shoes. Yes, I was looking at the shoes and the clothes. You know that, what do I love next to my family, my dog, our dog nanny. What do I love? I love shopping and I love clothes. Okay. I love my dogs, obviously. I love my husband. I love my family. I love my son. I love you, Christina. I love you, Pat. I love you, my extended family. But you know that I am a sucker for shopping. Okay. I've told you that. But look, we've got these great microphones. The ones that we paid a lot of money for, the Sennheiser, apparently are having problem. We're on our third microphone with that. Michel Bryant and I bought like really expensive microphones, and they're apparently not as good as my deal of the day. But we'll see how long this lasts for $16, which gives me a double microphone in case I want to interview somebody, and is wireless. But we'll see, because the mic that's wireless has to be charged. It's not on a battery pack. When you're in a studio, a regular TV studio, your microphone is working off a battery pack, and every time you go on the air, the batteries get changed because they only last about 2 or 3 hours on a battery pack. Michael made a friend. Wow, this is taking a while to get her up here, right? Is this her coming in now? Let's watch. Woo, here we go. Entrance.
You remain seated for right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
Jury entering courtroom.
Orange is the new black is here.
Mr. Adelson, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yes.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, KATHERINE MAGBANUA.
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life.
Life for what crime?
For the murder of Dan Markel.
And did you have a trial before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified, you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am. I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am,
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am. Nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secretary Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right. So a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Okay. And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car and he basically suggested that, do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words you used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This is States 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence, States 36, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 36 is admitted. You may.
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am. I
that
was
day?
not.
Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit
problems.
about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way, yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
Okay. At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know anything
Okay,
about
but
it
at
yet.
some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was,
Okay, maybe he was looking for a Dr. Adelson or something like that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations. So I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that, he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel. And since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was kind of, I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay,
turmoil.
so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point, I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house or we'd have dinner, hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes,
Staying, did not answer the question. Please refrain.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone. He'd kind of look at me weird and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Give any information about what was discussed outside of presence.
The rule is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation, so you may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right, how many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and speak to him? A number of times.
More than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
he would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, my mom says whatever?
He never specifically said what he spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Rule.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay. And when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay. And is that when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo, and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie.
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them. Yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right. And had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took
But
it.
how did he know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told him that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
For my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know.
Okay, but you knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that point you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
To my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again, because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time? Like between, I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip.
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I
Did
had
you
no
know-
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Secreto knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
Okay, but you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
no, ma'am. Had no knowledge of it.
All right. I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll. Basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
I believe so, if you can show me.
I will. Was there a reason that you wanted to be part of, at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay, but it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. I'm just gonna publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so you can see it when I publish it. All right, so take a moment to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm going to need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not
Okay.
yet. I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another
Mhm.
time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendi was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendi?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
Is that the
Day.
photo that we've seen, States Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendi Adelson?
No, ma'am. I
Did you
not.
ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
When you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did
I
he
was,
take Xanax as well?
yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I got to get out of here. And he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Lewis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it and you observed him removing it and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the back, grabbed it, and then that's he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically, it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
It was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after, the fact it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And did you ever mention that back to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him why is the money wet.
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I didn't.
Okay. And when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me.
Go
Told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That you physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of the what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes, ma'am.
enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got.
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had
Yes.
purchased from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that, he helped with Mazda repairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money
No, ma'am. I was
other than contributing to this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, just like Fredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry. One moment.
Okay, so who signed the paychecks? I mean, quite frankly, that was interesting because I would never have thought that that would be the objectionable question. What was the signature on the paychecks, I guess, would have been a less objectionable question because you could say, somebody else could have signed someone's name to paychecks, which happens in offices a lot and all. But Doug pointed out, Doug, you still with us? I can't see you here. Doug pointed out that there was a lot of leading going on. And as I do that, I know we posted this, Leah E, welcome to our new member. Thank you very much. There was a lot of leading going on. And sometimes she would say, I didn't know about that, what the conversation was and all. But she testified before. She testified in Charlie's trial when she came, if I recall, dressed in a blue jumpsuit. But they're just kind of like, I think it's harder getting stuff out of her. And then the whole thing that Charlie told her that it comes in because it's a conspiracy charge, by the way, that his mother washed the money. That's why it was wet.
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelsons?
Prosecution won that.
Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time. Like, space it out.
All right. And did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always, no, ma'am.
Okay. Sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right. And did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that, that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time, you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel that, or did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name, and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay, so did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay, and so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay, and what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he.
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number.
Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo. Yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him.
No, he did
to
not.
do the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Okay. Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Sustain, please rephrase your questions.
Did
little after late.
This murder is to benefit my mother.
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Should be interesting. Let's see what can go on here. The problem is, I think if you let Katie talk, she actually can talk, just not necessarily to the point, but she can talk. Those we're going to hear the wires, and they're pretty devastating, by the way. And yes, they all speak in code. I've all told you about the story about the case in Boston where Gucci was code for drugs. The judge thought it was code for sneakers, Gucci sneakers. Yeah. I had to explain to the judge, no, that means drugs. That's a certain type of a drug. Gucci sneakers is a code. Michael Bryant thought that she'd be here for tomorrow, but apparently she'll be finished today with the cross-examination. This case is really moving fast. Can you imagine, Doug Weinstein left, I posed this question, being offered transactional immunity twice? It wasn't just use immunity, it was transactional immunity twice, which means she could be with her kids. And she rejected it because Sigfredo Garcia was complicated. Oh, come on. I mean, you either loved your kids or you didn't love your kids, or you loved Sigfredo more, the murderer. And look where it's gotten you. Look exactly where it's gotten you. And remember, she's now a snitch, even though she doesn't have a deal. But in prison, she's looked at as a snitch because she's testifying for the prosecution without any favor.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you've admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Doug agrees it was crazy to turn down immunity. Was she afraid of that Garcia was going to kill her? Well, Garcia's in jail.
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay. And how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money. So that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you're going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay, so now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you, apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately, they follow and track down Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money?
Yeah.
Was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward, now Danny has been killed and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay. All right. So he gets the bag. And at this point, you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am. I did not.
Okay. And then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet.
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day.
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that day.
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't touch it the next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay. And a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markel to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You can't tell them.
No, ma'am. I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. Through
And
time, yes.
And you deposited some of it into your bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know how much yours was?
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from
Yes,
Adelson
ma'am.
Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
Okay. And you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still.
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've.
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
Yeah, just a moment.
You only saw her the one time you went to get the dental appointment. You didn't text with her. You didn't see her. That's the court. You had no contact with her. You don't even know who Charlie was really talking to. Charlie lied to you. Charlie was this. You had no idea, right? You just have no idea. I mean, you're relying on what Charlie tells you, and you have no idea. And Charlie's a killer, right? That's your cross has to be thematic. And I just thought the first part is wasted. And all. And we have who signed the payroll checks. It's Donna Adelson, but we know she signed everybody's payroll checks. So the defense didn't need to go there. They really didn't need to go there. That the signing the payroll checks helps the prosecution, but the defense just say that this doesn't need to cross on that because Donna Adelson signed everybody's payroll checks. She was the person who signed the checks for Adelson Institute. Period. The important thing for the prosecution that you want to, if you're the prosecution, you set this up. She's your witness. For the defense, it's just the thematic. Okay, here we go with redirect already. You see. She could have asked the last two questions and that would have been it.
Publishing states 55. Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no line here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
I object. She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue.
That's because you let the witness testify and you didn't
Donna
object. Defense
had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
And you see, we got there because the defense didn't object to those. You don't know who he was really talking to. And I didn't hear that question from the defense. I didn't hear that question at all.
I believe you stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before you get started. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break before the next witness.
They had to bring Catherine out in the shackles, out of the presence of the jury and all. But you see, that's where you see the defense got themselves into their own problem there. So then on redirect, the prosecution's able to come back and say, you were the Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna. A terrible, terrible situation, the defense representing their client, in my opinion there.
Anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Okay, restroom break. Because when the conversations were going where Charlie went to call Donna and then the judge let it in by saying well, it wasn't about what was said, you had to come back as a defense attorney and say, you don't know exactly who he called, do you? Because you don't know Donna, you don't know her voice, you never heard the conversations. He could have been calling anybody, right? You have no idea who he was calling. Instead, it came in because the judge allowed it in because you didn't object properly on the basis that or cross properly on that basis, right? And that's where the cross had to go. It had to be thematic. Charlie lied. You didn't know about the conversations. You don't know who he called. He could have been calling everybody. You're here. You want to see your kids. And oh, by the way, the only time you really met Donna was when you went to do a dental appointment and you barely talked to her and you never texted her at all. That's it. That's your cross. That's your theme. And instead, you forgot to ask the most important question. You don't know who Charlie was talking to, do you? Because you were in the other room. He left. Charlie's a liar. He's a murderer. He's a convicted murderer, right? I mean, come on. They had to take a bathroom break because they had to bring Catherine McBanawa back out because they had to bring her out because she's in shackles. So they had to bring the jury out. That's why you have the bathroom break. All right, this is like cross 101. I mean, Ms. Fulford was a prosecutor. Now, I try not to rag on defense attorneys because I know they have a terrible job. I know what it's like to be in a position where everybody hates your client. But if your theme is that Donna didn't really have anything to do with it, then you've got to keep that theme and you've got to cross on that theme. You don't meander about for the first 10 minutes of the cross-examination. And you don't let Catherine McBanawa go, yes, no, you know, because remember, she drove to Luis Rivera's, you know, went to, apparently there was an issue about whether she drove to Luis Rivera's or Sigfredo. She said she didn't even know Luis Rivera was going to be on the hit team, right? Why aren't you going there? Okay. Why aren't you absolutely going there? All right. And of course, the issue about it was she didn't know how much she was going to get paid was because she was getting these checks, right? And you didn't go there either with regard. You didn't hammer that home. You stayed away from it, and you just said, "Hey, you never really. You just want hope the baby daddy would give you some money, right? You hope the baby daddy give you some absolute money. That's what you were looking for." She refused to take, and Doug agrees. Terrible. She didn't take transactional immunity, which is different than use immunity. Wendi has use immunity. Anything she said on the stand couldn't be used against the prosecutor. They offered this woman transactional immunity, which means she could be with her kids. Now, I see on the people might be scared that Sigfredo could have put a hit on her. Well, Sigfredo could have put a hit, could have put a hit on anybody, right? Maybe, but maybe he wasn't going to put a hit on his baby mama because then he's what it did to do with his kids. And she could have had protective custody, and the state could have protected her. They would have arrested Sigfredo. He was in jail. She was out. Right now she's going against Sigfredo, and she's more in danger in prison because she has no protection in prison, right? So I mean, it's just excuse me, but this is your case, and you've played it well in the past, even though the pace of the cross-examination is not paced properly, the inflection's not done properly, but you forgot to ask the main questions. You really didn't know who you had to rely on what Charlie was telling you. Charlie lied to you a lot of time. You were going to Charlie, he was going to kill somebody, right? He told you this. And by the way, you want to talk about leading, right? I mean, if you're the defense, objection leading, objection leading, objection leading. Every single question should have been objection leading, okay? All right, but now the testimony's in, and now you have connected Donna. You have allowed Donna to be connected. That nexus is now there. They were at the house just beforehand. His mother washed the money. All right, you allowed that to be in. You don't even, because the money's wet because his mother washed the money. Had that question ages ago. He talked to his mother. He went and got on the phone with his mother. You have now established that nexus, if you believe Katie, with your client, Donna. And you, defense, have just caused that. You should have been objection on my feet all the time, okay? On my feet all the absolute time. Doug Weinstein, you agree with this rant, right? It was so much leading. And yes, the judge will allow you to lead a little bit. I mean, they will as a prosecutor, especially with a witness they want. Maybe there's some areas they want her to stay away from. But this was like she'd answer one thing, and then the next question was leading into something else that would give the answer that the prosecutors wanted. And the prosecutors are good, and they're going to take advantage of it. And they did take advantage of it, right? It made no sense. I don't understand Doug Weinstein, why they didn't even ask. You have no idea who Charlie was speaking to. He's just telling you that he's lying. He's trying to lie to you. He's sleeping with you. I mean, right? And you're staying at his house. And we're getting money. You're actually with Sigfredo and you're with Charlie, right? Oh yeah. Oh, you really believe they kind of like broke up, or Charlie was like a money horse to her, right? Come on. All right. But in any event, I think that if you believe her, okay, Doug says, I don't get it because in general, this defense attorney is very good. Well, there is an epic fail here, Doug, in my opinion. All right. Epic fail here. Now, you may not believe her. That's the jury can believe her or can't believe her, but may decide not to believe her. But I think they are going to believe her because of the bump, because the prosecution's already established that she was aware of the bump. And then when they get these calls, the calls are really what's going to do them in, that she's talking to Charlie with these calls and they were wiretapped. Okay. They were wired, and the feds were on to them. So that's what, okay. That's what's really going to do it in. But that doesn't mean you sit down and you play dead. Because those are calls with Charlie. That's a dinner with Charlie. That's a wiretap with Charlie, right? So there you go. I mean, I'm just trying to tell you that it's the prosecution's to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think they will. I think the bump does it, and I think the calls do it. And I've told you that in the past, even though we haven't heard the bump in those calls. I think they've established that nothing happens without Donna giving her imprimatur. That doesn't mean you sit down and play dead as a defense attorney. All right. You fight every single step of the way. Doug Weinstein, you fought every single step of the way. They didn't offer your client immunity. They didn't offer anything. They didn't offer your client a dismissal. Doug fought. But when you get offered here immunity, not once, but twice. Where were the lawyers getting her to accept this, to accept the immunity deal? I mean, my God. I mean, she's saying she didn't know anything about it when if you were listening to these wires. You have to be kidding. You have to be absolutely kidding. On the first trial, by the way, she had a great attorney. I was questioning whether or not she was guilty on the first trial. Great attorney. I forget his name, but he was a terrific attorney. She got a hung. The next trial, everything changed, all right? And attorneys do make a difference. Case in chief, Doug Weinstein, okay? Brian Steele, Alan Jackson. Attorneys make a difference in a case, especially when you're dealing with a client either who is the prosecution wants to get you or a client who is hated. All right. So anyhow, yes. Could you say that's a mini rant? Now, again, I also think the look of never speaking to your client when the jury's there, never cuddling up to your client when the jury's there is not necessarily a great look. All right. But that's me. All right. Other attorneys don't try their cases like that. You saw Doug with Yak Gotti. Doug was talking to him. Yak was like he was co-counsel with Doug. I mean, Doug was never afraid to be next to his client. All right. So let's see. Let's see what's happening. I asked Michel Bryant, do you think Jimmy got an interview with Madonna? I don't know. Let's hear. Sounds not great right now.
We could get through maybe about 30 slides in an hour, and I could let you know when we're at that stopping point if you haven't stopped me already.
Very well.
But anytime you want to stop me to stop for the day, that's fine too. Because I think probably in all it might take 3 to 4 hours.
You all see Michel Bryant?
All right, is everyone good to go?
I see the judge. Sorry, I'm leaning into the camera. I know that's not a good look.
Defense and I spoke, and I'll move a summary into evidence with Sergeant Corbett, and I'll say subject to the court's ruling, and then that way we can make sure that everything that is in the summary tomorrow or that goes into evidence is subject to the court's ruling, as opposed to having to do that this minute. Is that okay?
That's fine.
That is the.
As Michael's in the back row.
I agree with that. It makes sense time-wise.
Please bring in the jurors.
Michael's behind the woman who's standing up, kind of, and that's why you can't see him. This goes to the PowerPoint of Corbett. I'd like to have Corbett testify and then try to get Corbett's testimony over to Mike Easter, because I think there may be some issues with regard to that, and also Sanford's testimony, and have him on at some point, but we can't have him on while we're doing this all day. There's Donna. Again, I agree with the fact of not getting her in the commissary, having her hair dyed, make her look like a grandma. With the big, I keep calling it a grandma sweater. I like the fact that she's got a striped shirt. Remember, you as a defense attorney, you're bringing clothes to dress your client every day. They have to go to the marshals or the sheriffs or whoever it is that's responsible for that. You put them down, they get checked. But you dress your client every day. Every single day.
Everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness.
When they're in custody, that is. Michael Bryant's trying to
Would
peek
you
over.
please raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
And what unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions as to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness.
There you are.
Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis?
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
So in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for State's Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia. 93, call detail records of Wendi Adelson. 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson. 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records. 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records. And 97, Catherine Magbanawala's call detail records. And finally, 98, Dan Markel's call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can remain. Look at States 55. This is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here. You see some phone numbers below each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental car?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrights and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well.
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrights?
Yes.
What is a Cellbright?
Well, a Cellbright has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbright. And often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Celebrate report.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today, a summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Very well. Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions. And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously we have the target number or the number for which the records were obtained. And then we have the other numbers that that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier for the location of that cell site, and they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents a location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that a handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are numbers of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here, this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees. And that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west. And you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay, but you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes. So one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
And is your way of saying that, you say whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. And do you sometimes get records with no location data at certain times?
That is correct, yes.
You mentioned cell brights. How do you extract data, or how does a cell bright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual cell bright report versus what we're going to see in your presentation?
So this is, and I'm on slide 11 here, this is an example of a page from a Cellbrite forensic analysis report. And so when we're able to select a variety of different information from within the Cellbrite report and create smaller reports or sort of export different pieces of data, text messages, call logs. And we can see in the actual forensic report, there is a lot of information that is contained. They try to make it appear like a conversation we're kind of all familiar with the bubbles going back and forth. But there is a lot of information that's contained in there. They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation, to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format, so it's a little easier for us to follow.
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump. And that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records, States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records, States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you received those for all four carriers, did they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers. But we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7. That was a phone number that was present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014. And we see that 786 number I just spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted, all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 13. See that it assigned a frequency of over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay. And looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Miss Catherine McBanwell.
Did you run a frequency report for her?
Same. Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223, obviously the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254 belong to?
Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson one of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts?
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is at that point his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular date range on the frequency report.
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Catherine McBanwell might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sir.
So the frequency percentage column we see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so that the overall percentage is a little lower because again, he had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
Did you do a frequency, or I'm sorry, so who does the 954 Adelson, did you do a frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again, comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier or around Mr. Markel's residence or Creative Preschool, what we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody in this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera down at the bottom during 2014, other than the 1 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine McBanwell?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st, 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted McBanwell and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. McBanowa.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes,
So this would be the morning after that voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone
that's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. McBanowa responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes,
Okay. But whatever.
but whatever.
Okay. All right. Can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markel?
They did, yes.
Okay. I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication moving up to the murder. And then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson and then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, does sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from, is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service, and you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, and is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end?
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markel a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in the form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those and made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says, this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013, is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word? And then types out a scream.
Yes.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is with I love you, Mom.
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendi and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendi?
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendi Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendi Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
And this is the mother and father's practice she's referencing here?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we have next?
So the next section, again,
This is all-
speaks.
Go ahead. You go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, speaks of the loss of income across the entire family. Encourages her to say that because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father, it isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee.
And at the email, does Donna Adelson say, why does she say she can't write anymore?
Sorry, we skipped ahead a few there. So slide 45, she indicates that she's too angry to write anymore and signs off, love you, Mom.
Looking at the next month in June, on June 25th of 2013, I want to ask you about an email there. And was that just days after a very significant event in the divorce?
Yes.
Was Wendi Adelson relocation denied with prejudice just about 5 days before this email was sent?
It was, yes. The request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right. And what does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top.
Correct.
Okay. And what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendi to never, never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markel, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendi Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay. Does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. I'm sorry. She needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined.
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically.
Correct.
after this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There's a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendi not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one. In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
Yes.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms. Next in this email, does she tell Wendi Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass.
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendi needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay, so you didn't add those were just in there.
That's correct.
And that her life in Tallahassee is not a pretty picture.
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
And does she say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendi Adelson?
That's correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right, and then how is this email signed off?
Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Okay, this is the final email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation. October 12th of 2013. So we've fast forwarded a couple of months now. Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent. But if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markel to Wendi Adelson, where Wendi Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account. And then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markel's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation, according to him?
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendi was unavailable to take care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendi solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendi forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail?
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then forward that email on to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markel was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy.
She defines RFR and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013.
Yes, little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendi Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, "Horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain."
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
And what does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendy's house with only one of the children. And Charlie responds, "I bet, let's talk this week."
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendi is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013. So the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is Donna Adelson. Does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendi had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendi would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markel has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markel will hold this against Wendi Adelson? Like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendi never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendi stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her to please call him. And she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
Yes.
Okay. Can you... Okay, so they're still setting up the time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendi and thinks that he had made some headway and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay, so the phone call between Wendi and Charlie would have happened before this message to Mom or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendi?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asked how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay, and says, "I love you."
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then check back in with Charlie.
Yes, so this is slide 78, again, still October 31st, and Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendi for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes,
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.
yes.
All right. And how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay. So she's saying, thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes,
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendi to do this,
he does.
which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier,
That's correct.
and says Dan would hold it against her and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life,
Correct.
without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendi about it.
Yes, and we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013, and he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? Or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes,
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendi is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie responds, crazy.
yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize. I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. This is slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendi a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking her.
Okay. And how does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But that's
Yes,
very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes,
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
yes,
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case. And Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes,
Okay, what's next? He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes, this is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes,
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
she says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay. And she gives some more detail about what happened in court.
Yes, slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendi, and continues.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct,
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
correct.
All right. What's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes,
Okay. What's next?
so February 19th.
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes,
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markel coming to the soccer game of the boys and wanting to play with them.
yes,
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes, a couple of things.
And basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendi time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on
Okay.
slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day, so on March 4th of 2014, was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay. So 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says, great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying, don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the
Yes.
private call. Okay, what's
This
next?
is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendi.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014.
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes. Once again, I'm going to instruct you, as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, then we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening. Everyone can be seated. Go ahead. Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue tomorrow morning?
Judge, just have not had a chance to go through in full what my expert sent me, the changes. I might want to address it in the morning. I just haven't had a chance to go through it
We have this evening at this point.
yet. Thank you.
Any other matters that we need to address? We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to resume.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doesn't matter.
That 8:40 is a little random. How about 8:39? How about that?
You're here. Okay. Well, we're waiting for the judge to finish. I just welcome. We put this up before, but didn't have a chance to welcome Sally Sunshine for the new member who. New member had a great question, and I love the fact you've got Ma Donna. The attorneys doing such a let's get WCTV just closed. This poor job defending the mom Donna that she could appeal for bad representation. Also, with Donna wearing that headset, could that be a reason why no communication? No, I don't think the headset, because you can move over to that. And Donna, you see, Donna's a lot of times has the headset in front of her ears. She doesn't even have it on her ears. I don't think that's it. It depends on the state. Many states don't allow you to appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel on the first appeal. That has to be after you go through all your first round of appeals. And then it could be like a habeas appeal. That's the situation in Connecticut, New Jersey. You can appeal ineffective assistance of counsel on a certain point. But that's not going to happen here, because what's going to happen here is that the evidence is going to be so overwhelming. And the counsel did some good things. I mean, she didn't do the thing I thought with Katie Magbanua that I had a fit with Michel Bryant, and I'll talk about it when we talk about Katie's testimony in the cross. And then Pixie Girl just points out that because with the investigator who's on the stand right now, Investigator Corbett, who's their Mike Easter, right? Basically. Sort of. No one's Mike Easter, but that's beside the point. Finally understood. I mean, maybe, and we've been saying this. This is why Wendi wanted Jeff's departure. He understood that he'd be in the area of Trescott and we picked up by the cell towers. And so I just wanted to, because our members have been waiting for. Whoa. Somebody has a comment. So we saw you there in the back row. We could see you behind Harvey, whose name got mentioned a lot this afternoon.
That was just so weird. In fact, I posted an X on that just to be sitting there right behind him, and he's a couple rows up, and they have monitors, one on each side of the gallery, to show whatever the jury is seeing on their big screen, right? So up pops his picture in relation to that one voice call that was left 37 seconds on July 1, 2014, which Sigfredo Garcia was very upset, apparently. But I'm hoping we're going to hear that call tomorrow, maybe. It's, all of these things have been teed up but not played for the jury, so somebody's got to play them. Anyway, it was just bizarre to see, him look up at his own picture in the context of that testimony. It made him no longer the supportive husband, but maybe like, is there some involvement here or what? It's very weird.
Yeah. And Doug is still in our chat.
Doug,
he's been in all day, not an effective assistance of counsel. Yeah, just because they did something different than I would do, there hasn't been an ineffective assistance of counsel. I just ranting because I just said the main question you have when you're thematic with Katie Magbanua was when the judge allowed the testimony to come in, that Charlie went out to call his mother and then would come back in. And he said, well, because he's not saying he's not saying what she said. I'd be objecting through the roof. First of all the leading questions, and also through the roof. You don't really know who she talked to, do you, Charlie? And I don't know, you couldn't hear my rant. You don't know what that conversation, you don't know who she talked to. He's a murderer. He lied to you. He's sleeping around, blah, 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 blah. And then she'd have to say yes, but I don't know who she talked to. I have no idea. I can only tell you what he told me or something like that. He told me this. He told me that. You didn't see anybody would come and put the money in the trunk of the car. You weren't there. You didn't see why, blah, blah, blah. But the prosecution really got to lead her a lot. And I don't think the defense stayed thematic on the point that she really didn't see anything with regard to that. So I thought the first half of the questioning was wasted, and the second half was pretty good. However, but without missing the first half, you've now implicated Harvey also, who was at the house, right? Harvey also, who was there. You've caused all sorts of stuff to be implicated. So I really thought that the theme was gone. I thought they did a poor job, should I say, did maybe with their best. But I'm so used to watching people like Doug Weinstein who get in, make their points, get out, and everything is thematic. As I try a case, as you try a case, that it just broke my heart, quite frankly, because everyone deserves the best representation. But maybe they know a lot of things we don't know, and sometimes that affects how lawyers act.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder about that, but it's giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'll tell you when the way it worked out was, Catherine McBranois' name was announced, and then they had a reset because they have to, get her in from the back door.
Right.
So, but the jury heard the name, right? And they had heard it so many times in the context of other testimony that they want to see this person. And when she came in, it was, edge of the seat, kind of much more. I've always described it when a witness people are expecting comes from the main courtroom door, and you just watch the jury's heads, follow their track. They couldn't quite do that in this case because she came in the back door and she was already on the stand.
Right. And and they can't bring her in front of the jury. They can't take her out in front of the jury. That's what we had those breaks. People were
It's a lot of clanking.
Break. You said there was a lot of clanking in the courtroom, right? That was interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
we didn't hear
because
that.
they were gone. The jury was out. And
Right.
so when she came in, obviously they weren't going to see her being brought in that way. But they were expecting her. They were dying to hear what she had to say. And I don't think that they were disappointed. I think they got what they fully expected. Does it connect Donna Adelson any more closely?
Yes.
Let me finish. Than what they had been heard up to that. Yeah, I mean that's.
Yeah,
they have to keep being.
I knew you were going to say yes. I can read your mind.
They have to keep being reminded, that this is the Donna Adelson trial, because all these other wrongdoers who have already been convicted and are being punished we've done that. We're done with those folks, and so this was an opportunity for them to really try to link things up. And one of the key moments was in the redirect, which was tiny but very important. That was when the visual was being used with the flow chart, right? And it shows very clearly, and it was reinforced with Catherine McBranois that, there was no direct connection between Donna Adelson and these other people. But look, follow the flow chart. You can see that she was in direct and constant contact with Charlie Adelson, who was then in constant contact with these other two through his ex-girlfriend. So I think
Whoop, we've got a frozen Michael. It's like a frozen milkshake, right? We're just waiting for it. We're waiting for him to come back. I don't know if he can hear me to say he's back because his perspective is from sitting in the courtroom.
Okay, I'm back.
You're back. Okay.
I never know if it's Starlink or what it is, but we're
right.
up.
But
we're back at
okay. So you left it with the redirect. So why don't you start it again?
Yeah. Well, the redirect was just that. I mean, it was really just that flow chart, which was used to
explain it again because you got cut off in the middle of it, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So anyway, you could tell from the flow chart that there is a gap, and an admitted gap between Donna Adelson and those that were carrying out the right, even the one who was the intermediary, Catherine McBranois. That was the Charlie Adelson role. So I think just very quickly and visually showed this jury that you don't have to have that direct contact between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You don't have to have that. You've got this other way to get there, and it's Charlie Adelson. And then she was in his ear all the time.
It's the spikes on the bicycle that we were taught in law school for a conspiracy, basically. And people have asked, how come all this hearsay gets in? Because when you charge a conspiracy, something that another conspirator said is an exception to the hearsay rule. And that's why prosecutors love to charge conspiracies, because you can get in what everybody else said who's in those spokes in the bicycle wheel.
Yeah, and that's such a beautiful thing. And that's what I talked about that earlier today when there was a major objection about something coming in, and the hearsay rule didn't apply because it was a statement of a co-conspirator. This was very interesting. Tell me your thoughts on this. Fulfer is doing cross-examination of McBranois, and through this whole process, she learns that if you believe the witness, I have no reason not to believe her now, although she's an admitted liar, she said she never knew exactly how much money she got for her role.
Right.
That seems kind of weird to me, because I have a feeling that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera know to the penny what they got for this
Right.
job.
Right.
It was unbelievable, but I don't think it, ruins her testimony. It just was a weird moment. Like, what? Really? And then here's something that really made the defense look just
But somebody
sloppy.
had a point here. Somebody had a point here, was that she felt she could just go back to Charlie. I mean, her cash flow was Charlie, right?
Yeah, I guess it's almost like being
there.
she's independently wealthy in a way, I guess, in a weird way. If you think about that, I just lost something here. But yeah, I could see in a very weird way that she could interpret it that way. But it just seemed odd to, just common sense. You don't know what you made for orchestrating this hit? That's weird. But there was another moment, and this was when the defense really came off as being almost inattentive, which is a very bizarre thing to feel like when you're in the court. We just heard on direct examination how the secret letter, oh, there goes my light again. The secret letter from Charlie, Charlie to Sigfredo Garcia, which was in theory the instructions on what to do. Up to that point,
and maybe the address of
little details like that.
The address in the picture.
But remember that the job, as I'll call it, before was only to harm. Remember, it was to harm. Sorry, I put my finger in front of
your
this.
thumb there. Right.
Yeah, I'm just readjusting.
Nice thumb.
Thank you. It's thumbprint. So now I've got my DNA and my thumbprint on here. So it was to harm, Danny Markel, right? Right. It wasn't to kill him. Well, somehow in that letter that was explained, but the girlfriend never looked at it, never read it, never saw it. Put it in her diaper bag, which she apparently uses for weekend getaways. Okay, so the diaper bag. People hear that and they just think, "Oh yeah, the diaper bag. That's very memorable." When Cross comes along, and Fulfer is saying, "Well, then you took all the money that you were delivering and you put it in the diaper bag." And I swear, and I was 3 or 4 rows back, I saw so many heads just shaking, like, what the hell is wrong? Were you not here? Maybe it was important for you to keep these things in mind. Now, we know ultimately it was in a bag that Charlie threw the money into, and that's what ended up in the trunk. But it just seemed like such a fundamental fact to have screwed up. It makes you look
as a matter
horrible.
of fact, our chat was also talking about. That's not what you
I'm
said.
sure.
They were two separate things. But let me have this with Eric Penner, Aaron, not Eric. I keep calling her Eric all day because I see the CA with the donation. Aaron Penner joined us today, and she's been very active in the chat. And she said, "I love the fly on the wall tea with you, Michael. But we 100 need a Jimmy update. Is he good? Did he?
Well, that's
Donna?
all
Did
I
he
know
give out
is
jury stuff, right?
All I know is he's been cited. There've been sightings, but not by me in the recent. Since he left right during the accounting, which was so brutal. He left during that. I left soon after, but he had fled the scene. I saw him on Defense Diaries earlier. I saw a little post of that.
Diaries. And I have a question. I want to know, we had the sighting earlier this morning with him, whether he's trying to arrange for an interview with Madonna, who he wants to break out of jail. He's down here for a reason. He's going back tomorrow, so he's down here for one day, and he left early to go see something. In my view, so is he trying to arrange some kind of interview with her because he wants to free her? So I mean, I'm putting my bets on that, Jimmy.
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him, but you have to realize he's not, and he'll be the first to tell you this. He's not a reporter, journalist. That's not his thing. So I don't know if he's aggressively going after somebody or he's just going to ingratiate himself, and then it might happen as a result of that because everybody loves Jimmy. I don't know.
He was in shorts today in court. Yesterday we thought he was in drag, and he wasn't in drag. And the woman, who everyone thought he was, apparently has spoken. So we want to see if.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's spoken out on Twitter. It's really kind of cute. So I mean, I think Jimmy's there for a reason. He has a right to keep that reason secret. But we just, I cracked up because our whole chat was in love with Jimmy. I said, "What about my Michael who's been traveling 14 hours?"
Whatever. So I don't know. I was trying to find him, so I thought he'd join us here, but I think he's doing something else tonight as well. So I don't know if he's leaving tomorrow, meaning coming in into court at all tomorrow, or if he's done. I have no idea. Sorry, folks. That's That's all I got for you on the Jimmy
Hal
watch.
Sharkey said the lady is going on Nurse Kim tonight, this evening, because she's become like a star because she just happened to look like Jimmy, and she happened to look like Jimmy in one of his drag outfits when he does comedy. So it's just kind of funny.
That's funny.
And it was funny. And Jimmy apparently was sick yesterday, but we saw him this morning. We did that little thing with you. Too bad we couldn't hear anything, but it was kind of
I
cute.
know.
We
It was
posted
weird.
it.
And we chatted for a bit, and during some breaks we chatted as well. In fact, he was there when I was talking
give
to.
Give the tea. Spell the
No,
tea.
just personal stuff, just like getting to know one another a little bit outside of this artificial thing. And he was there when I was chatting with Harvey. So yeah, it was good. I'd love to catch up with again. Again,
What?
Again. Just spend some more
Okay.
time.
Oh,
And
okay,
catch up.
great. Yeah. So yeah, that's what the defense thing. And I railed against the defense only because I said, look, the judge, you're not objecting to leading all the time, and the leading questions were just terrible. You're not objecting to you don't know who Charlie went and really talked to. You don't know that, right? I mean, because Katie was just being led, and even when she said I don't, at one point when she was asked about the contents of a phone call, she said I don't really know, and then she was said, but you did know that indeed it was said that this, and then she said yes. For one, she said she doesn't know. The next question when the prosecution leads her, she said
There's
yes.
the objection. I mean, she's already given you the grounds for the objection, right?
Right.
All you have to do is say the word. Yeah, it's surprising. I'll put it that way. It's surprising. And let me tell you about an odd moment. I have to admit I created it myself, but it was an odd moment. So I'm outside as I think it was the accountant messed up my thought process. It was after the accountant. So out in the hallway, woman sitting there, and it's generally where the people queue up when they're going to be the witness. I said, "Oh, hey, you're going to go in there?" She had gone from the sitting there on the bench to there's a chamber. It's like a double door system. Like in winter area restaurants, you'll have two sets of doors, right?
Right.
Same kind of thing here, except in that foyer area, they've got a couple little very tiny offices for the attorneys involved in the case to meet if they need to real quick. So that's that little chamber in between. Well, now she's standing there, and I thought, she must be ready to go on. So I introduced myself, and she's looking at me kind of quizzically, and now I know why. And just as she starts to talk, the courtroom door, the one into the actual courtroom, opens up, and Attorney Dugan for the prosecution comes to get her, because that's what that's what they've been doing. They've been, the judge will say, call your next witness, and they will come out into that hallway area and grab them. In this case, she had already queued up in the ante room there, and I'm standing right there sort of talking with her. And so when she opens up that door, everybody knows, well, when they go out there, they're bringing the next witness in, right? Well, who comes through that door first? Me.
Yeah.
I come through because I'm trying to get the hell out of the way, and so everybody looks at me like, because they see Dugan go out, and then they see me come in. Anyway, and then she came in, and that she was that was this name I'm going to kill, but Clarice Spotore. That's something like that. She was the one who worked in the office for 40 years.
40 years. She was the dental assistant for Harvey.
Yeah, and she didn't know, Catherine Magdalene was anything but a patient. So that was, her purpose was pretty straightforward. It didn't take long for her to get on and off the.
Right. She was a patient, and she had basically just one conversation when she came in to get her tooth filled with Donna Adelson. But then Donna Adelson signed the checks. But Donna Adelson signed everybody's check. Donna Adelson,
she was like the bookkeeper,
Yeah,
that's
the bookkeeper, the accountant, the everything. She knew all the money coming in, all the money going out. She did everything for all these years. So, Catherine Magdalene, by the way, also was always being paid. Remember, until the bump, and then once the bump happened, the payments stopped.
That was precipitous. At that point, they figure, what are we buying here? What are we paying for? Yes, Kim P. It's not a queue jump exactly, because you still have to, and I posted a picture of this morning, you still have to wait outside courtroom 3G on the third floor there. But what you skip is the whole, security line and waiting. I've not had one person in front of me or behind me when I've gone in now 3 or 4 times through this same third. It's the parking level, third level.
Whoa, wow. That
Crazy.
Really
I mean,
raised some
you know,
red.
this is downtown. Like the cop house is right around the corner. What are these people? They're idiots. Anyway, so it's the basement parking, and it's amazing. You can just go right in that way, hop on the elevator, boom, you're done. So you don't jump the line, but you just avoid the whole pain in the ass of security.
Hold on
Let's
a
see
second.
what else I got on my notepad
Yeah, what else
here.
do you have? Right.
Let's see. Oh, I thought it was interesting when Catherine Magloire was asked about how she hooked up, Sigfredo Garcia with the job, right?
Right.
And so she's approached by Charlie in that weird scenario. They were at, I think they were at a party or the beach or something, and he gets her in the car and says, "Hey, do you know anybody who would, be willing to harm, somebody?" I don't know if he dropped Dan
Yeah, he
Markel's
said
name
they're
at that
willing to
point.
harm somebody.
Yeah,
but
you
the
want to be
harm-
ready, which
the
is a weird way to
harm
say it.
You keep saying
right?
it was harm, but the harm was clearly to me meant to not meant to kill somebody. It wasn't,
Yeah,
wasn't they're going to break their legs.
And I don't know if that's what, the go-between knew or cared, but it's clear that in Magloire's relationship with Charlie, she had told him Sigfredo Garcia's horror stories. This is, the baby daddy of her 2 kids, but he's still, he's been in trouble with the law in some serious ways as a Latin king. So she says, when he asked the question, first person I thought of was Sigfredo. It's like, hey, you want somebody to beat somebody up or hurt them or kill them? I got your man. So she had no hesitation.
Yeah, she didn't know whether he'd be the one actually doing the job. But
She
the
just
first
figured he could
person
get it done. Yeah,
he could get it done. Right,
He could get it done.
He's the one that can get it done.
Yeah.
And what's scary? You look at the picture of Charlie and her in Florida. That we actually kind of saw it with the Wendi testimony, but this time I think it was displayed really big and clear and all. They look so happy and so cute and so innocent. And here you have 2 murderers.
Yeah, you see that picture and you think of that cliche, in happier times, blah, blah, blah. Because, it's clear, to look back at that really not all that long ago in the big scheme of things. Yeah, it's shocking. It's shocking to see those kinds of changes. And remember what she said? She said her interest in helping was because there was so much stress on Charlie and the family that she just, just doing her best to help out. I'll help you find a hitman.
And keep getting those checks and getting a teeth cleaning and getting a boob job and getting a car and all, So Aaron Penner, who joined today, is leaving us till tomorrow. We'll be on probably at 8:30 again, even though it's because Michael and I like to chat a little bit before he has to run up to the courthouse and get.
Well, now I know it's not the big hoopla that it was on Wendi Day.
Right.
So we can probably I'll dip in the morning, go up. I'm not too concerned at all about getting in at this point.
Right. So talk to me about Detective Corbett, because it seems to me that all of a sudden he's talking about the phone call. Now, Kathy Magloire mentioned that the call to Sigfredo Garcia from Harvey to Harvey was probably a mistake. That he wanted to get, he was trying to get to Charlie. He probably was Googling it or whatever.
Right.
And he just calls whatever number and he gets Harvey. So that 30-second call would be Harvey calling Sigfredo back is maybe meaningless, right? But then again, maybe not,
Yeah, well, I definitely think it plants a seed with the jury that, if they don't water and make it grow, it can't help Donna, right? Because it shows some connection that's more intimate than the son. It's the husband. I think that was probably kicked around by the prosecution to decide what kind of weight to put on that, how to use it, if to use it. I think on balance, it's fine. It just creates a little more of a question as it relates to Harvey.
Right.
So I want to hear the message, because it's gonna be a screaming lunatic Sigfredo Garcia, I'm assuming.
Oh, I assume that. I mean, and we may hear why she didn't take the deal, but I don't believe it. I think that she didn't take the deal not because she was scared of having a hit put on her by Sigfredo Garcia, but this is all about money, right? And
I think
with them,
I've never been a murder defendant, but in the back of I think anyone's mind, there's maybe I can beat the system. Maybe
Right.
And remember, she goes through the first trial with her baby daddy Sigfredo Garcia. He's convicted. She's got a hung jury. So now you're really now you're really pumped up.
Yeah, so
Like,
why should
you know,
why should I take the deal? But then it seems to me, she goes to the first trial, he gets convicted, and then it seems they offered her two times. Why not take the second deal? I mean,
I'm
why
telling
not?
you, first of all, she's not, she's not amazingly bright. I get that. And she's going to be just, following this line of thinking that, hey, I beat the rap once. She doesn't go to the next level, which is, hey, if you're the target and only defendant sitting there based on this evidence, hung jury is not likely, and it wasn't.
Yeah. So, but she was offered transactional immunity. She was offered immunity from the crime, being prosecuted from the crime. She just wasn't offered use immunity like Wendi. She was offered immunity to being trial from the crime. So really, big mistake. And now, if you want to say she didn't want to be a snitch, well, she is a snitch, right? She is a snitch, right? Because
She is.
she's testifying
Because
in trials.
now she's telling the truth, because she was lying all those other times. Now, and in Charlie's, she's telling the truth, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about the wannabe Mr. Easter.
Well, no one's
I don't,
but I think Detective Corbett has 1 month till he retires, right?
Yeah.
And he's testified 123 times. He's got it down. But he also is going to go through Cellbrite. And for some reason, Cellbrite, to my mind, which was the best, after the Karen Reed trial, doesn't have the same for me anymore.
Doesn't have the cachet. It's got a couple of dents after it was Shannon Burgess, right?
Shannon Burgess was the guy with the false that's Burgers and Bites.
The false CV. Okay, I'm getting my bad experts confused. Who was it? Welcher? No, it wasn't Welcher.
No, it's not Welcher. Come on, give me the guy. Come on, are you here, Joey Kane? You did a whole thing on him. You did a whole.
I know, and he was the first guy that was really brought into the mix there that began the cascade of horrible expert witnesses.
So Joey,
anyway,
who was it that you did the animation for me on? We combined them two.
you had a weird nickname for him.
We did animation. Joey Kane is in the chat. He gifted Ian Wiffleball. Ian Wiffin.
There you go,
right?
Ian Wiffin. Ian Wiffin.
Joey Kane gifted another Justice for TV membership. Thank you, Joe. I know you'd rescue me. Ian Wiffin, and we called him Ian Wiffleball because we combined him with the, that was him. The head researcher does all the software. Just happened to change the software when it came up with something that was not good for the state. Let's just get rid of that search. So ever since Reed, we always talked about Cellbrite. That was the best. But
it was the industry standard, and everybody just. I always questioned it. I had that conversation with Mike Easter. Said, this ain't the DNA of technology for me. It's just not.
I agree with you.
And he did agree, but it's good. It's something, but it is assailable. You can go after it.
Absolutely, you can go after all of these software plays, and the analysis is only as good as the software. And remember what happened in the Casey Anthony case with the prosecution relying on the software guy. Then he called him and said, "No, I made a mistake." That's when he said, Casey Anthony had searched 50 times for chloroform. It turns out it was MySpace that she went 50 times to. Because you got to go the Canadian guy to British accent, legal minded friends, Karen Cole.
That's right.
They're all seem to be Canadian guys. The same when it was with the British accent, the same with Casey Anthony. So you have to look at. You just can't assume that software is good. The problem is that it's like the guys who do the analysis on the firearms identification, right? They're all part of the same group, right? And so no one wants to attack anybody else because they're part of the same group. So it's hard to find people that will go after them or tell the truth, because then they get booted from their group.
Yeah. Now you hope some people will come along and not be afraid to go against the fraternity. But yeah, that software took a hit. But it was used in this case as well. And I think the PowerPoint helped. And the jurors, I will tell you, at the 4 o'clock mark, maybe a little bit before that.
No, I think that was me too. I was like,
there was some yawning going on.
I had Michael made me some coffee to have in the afternoon because I was like,
you need a jolt. I mean, that forensic accounting, that's just brutal stuff. I will give the prosecution credit for mixing it up, because they needed to zip it up after that, and they had the 40-year employee of the Adelson Institute. They had her on.
They needed that to make that make sense.
And then they of course went right into Catherine Magman-Wall after that. So all very good. You want pacing. You want that. And you're not going to end the day with the forensic accountant.
No,
So
no.
they got close because Cellbrite stuff, without the visual aids, could have been a little drier. This guy's very good. I think his presentation is great. Talks right, pivots and talks right to the jury. All of that was very good. And they highlighted some of those texts and emails that are very damaging to Donna, that truly show that this woman is running the show, and you do what she says or else.
Right.
So all of that I think's
Madonna.
important.
Yeah, that we heard about them, but then today we saw them in a different presentation. We saw them visually, and then we've heard them all before, but now they seem to have a different meeting because you've seen Magnoire. I think the prosecution is doing a great job. As I said, the only mistake they made was the one with trying to introduce the new evidence with regard to the kids with Jeff, right? And that was the only mistake I've seen them make. It's an unusual mistake, but you understood it's a minor mistake. And the judge called it a trivial mistake, actually.
Yeah.
So,
you're right. And I think in part because they've been so good at virtually everything else, you build up credit, right? With the court and with your opposition, that if you're a stand-up person, you do the right thing. When something like this happens, that little glitch where she confused the testimony of Jeff Lacasse from a prior incident or non-incident because he wasn't deposed. Right. So what she was trying to get out of him in this trial was inappropriate because it hadn't been disclosed to the defense. She said it had been because they were all there for the other deposition when, oops, there wasn't a deposition. So,
but it's easy to do.
My bad.
No, I know. But that was funny because I said they're going to come back and they're going to show where this deposition. I was on the air, and then they came back.
She wanted 10 minutes. She wanted 10 minutes, Judge. It'll take me 10 minutes, and she's hauling out these giant, phone book sized piles of paper. I'm going, oh, this is not good. There's something else I want to mention.
So well. He handled it so well compared to Judge Beverly.
Oh my God!
This is such a difference.
My pearls. Let me ask you your thoughts on this. In these emails, again, working on this last witness. He's not done, by the way. Of course, he will be back. Sergeant, soon to be retired Corbett.
Yeah, he worked on and then he worked on the text. I guess the text he's working on. So he's going to go to something else, right?
And I think we hopefully will maybe even hear some of the stuff they've laid the foundation for. But in these emails from Donna to Wendi, and sometimes you could see that they went all over the map. They were forwarded from here to here to here to here, linking all the players, which I think was really important. You see one of those email chains, and you've got everybody identified on them.
So you could see that a lot.
You can't see it that well?
We saw some of it, but we didn't see all of it. It depends on the court goes. And they're not, but you could, but I think that being in the courtroom, for you, that was much more effective being in the courtroom.
And I'm sure the jury is seeing it. I mean, it's just, like when you look at an email chain of your own, who originally sent it, where'd they send it, then where'd they send it, and you can see everybody's identified. But the point I was trying to make about the substance of the emails was Donna's insistence that relocation is the thing. That's the big enchilada. That's what you need. That's what you got to put on the performance of a lifetime. All of that language relating to you got to make this relocation sell.
Right. And that's when they first, remember, the relocation was a year before he's killed, right?
Yeah. And when that all blew up.
Grandma motion, that's the year later. And Magnoire, the issue was the fact that they looked in, when Jeff said that Wendi told him they had looked in to being the hit the year before, right?
Yes, right. But and how serious that was at the time, who knows? But when the relocation was given the kibosh, then it seems everything got ramped up, right?
Right. Well, and maybe they had a year to plan. It's
so hard to tell. I mean, I've never planned a hit, never tried to solicit somebody for one. I don't know how hard it is. I don't know who you need to know to get that done. Another issue I thought was interesting was the complaining about the revenue. There were complaints that the revenue had dropped because the Adelsons were spending so much time up here in Tallahassee that the practice was suffering because if Harvey's up here, he's not doing his thing. I just felt that was an interesting thought about before.
You froze there a second.
I'm
Michael.
frozen.
Just repeat it. Yeah,
let me know when I'm back. If I'm back,
you're back. But repeat what
I'm
you
back.
just started. You started. I thought that was an interesting, and you froze.
Yeah, an interesting new motive or incentive. Not just we want Wendi and the boys down here with us, but we're losing money. We're losing money because we're up there in Tallahassee taking care of her, which we love, but that's a problem. So that's an
never thought about
additional
that.
motivation that I think I hadn't thought about before, but in that email, it makes it pretty obvious. Not that money's a big deal for them. We kind of figured that. But then in this particular circumstance, losing money because she was up here is an additional motive to get rid of that
Yeah,
problem.
that's really interesting because they had to transfer money to cover their expenses because they didn't have them because she's up here. And yet they still had they made it very clear that a lot of the accounts are conjoined, and so it was hard to see because they had it up there, but we didn't see it.
It was a mess too. I mean,
It was a mess? Okay.
yeah, it wasn't
And
really
that
very
had
clear.
They had more than $1 million in each of the accounts to pay that what they called was the bribe.
Yes.
But if money becomes that important, they don't want to pay the bribe if they can do the hit for what, 80,000, 100,000.
Yeah. Plus whatever Magbrand gets, she's just a throwaway.
Get
Yeah.
it, right? She's a throwaway, right? Because
Two things-
Charlie's also screwing around with her, so he doesn't care, right?
That's right. A couple things real quick because I know we're going to wrap this in a few minutes. Let me know.
Angela
folks.
has a problem that you're mispronouncing Katie Magbo.
I know. I know. Catch up, please catch up. We've been talking about this for weeks.
Technically, in the Philippines, what Michael's saying is the correct pronunciation. It's been more Americanized here. And so
Yes,
he's
it's
gonna
not.
be-
It's not all torn into by white capitalists. You're frozen now. So does that mean I'm going to
Am I
disappear?
frozen? No, I'm not. I'm not frozen for me.
Okay. All right then. I'm going to continue.
I'm wide here. You're good. I'm perfect.
I want to ask
Hanging around.
folks. I want to ask folks to let me know, and you can do it this way or through JSTV if we're done before we get any response. Where around here, crime scene locations, I'll call them. I've gone to a few. A lot of the places are no longer in existence, like the restaurant where Wendi was picked
Right.
up for questioning. Mosaic. That's gone. The restaurant where Charlie was, they got the wire on Charlie. I think it was called Dolce Vita. Gone. That died in 2019. The gym is still there. Premier. I may go wander over there just to kind of feel that out because that was such a creepy moment seeing the video and the last images of Dan Markel as he's leaving the gym, heading home to be shot in the head, basically.
So maybe
So
you'll
if
go
anybody
over
has
there.
any other sites that are connected to this case that you're kind of curious about, let me know.
Yeah, just send it on
I-
Twitter. Send them on X
Yeah.
so you can get to them. Just send them to us on X right now because
Yeah.
we're going to be closing this down in a little under 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You know, so this whole relocation discussion and all, but then of course they're fleeing to Vietnam, but that's because they're fleeing to Vietnam because like the once Charlie gets convicted, I think that's absolute consciousness of guilt, and I think that's going to get in. Then the question is,
Yeah, that could be part of the, we haven't heard from Mr. FBI,
Right.
and that's part of his shtick.
Right.
That, along with the bump, is a pretty nice little dessert.
Right.
Here you go,
Right,
here you go,
right,
jury.
right.
Eat
Here's
on
the
eat on
bump.
this for a while. Yeah, the
Here's
bump,
the bump.
and then the Vietnam skedaddle. Yeah.
Right. And then goodbye, so long, defense, your turn, your case, right?
Yeah,
And
I
there
think
you
at
go.
that point it's very tough to just not connect the dots.
And what are they going
Right.
to do? Put Charlie on this? Charlie's been in jail. He got moved from prison. He's going to testify for his
I
money.
know.
They were being blackmailed. It doesn't look like much blackmail to me going on, but that's
But, and what he'll do to protect his own rights, because he's got the appeals pending, he'll just parrot what he said in his own trial.
Right.
And he'll follow that. This was not on us. We were being extorted, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
If I'm on the defense, I got nothing to lose by throwing that
Right.
out there. I got nothing
Right.
to lose. Hey, one other thing I want to ask about before we wrap this, the whole gibbers thing, which has always bothered me. That's the
Mhm.
nickname they gave Dan Markel, and Wendi always just in her coquettish way. Oh, that was just a silly name. Silly name. Well, most people think it's an extravagance of Jew in boots. Okay, which is
Really? I know
Jew
some
in
people-
boots.
some of it say-
JIB, Jew in
Okay.
boots, and they turned it into gibbers because it makes it sound more like a name rather than an acronym.
Right. Right.
I don't know. it just has bothered me since I first heard about it, and it's been played off as just a silly little name.
Yeah,
And
I don't
think
think it was a silly name, but there was a big discussion on our chat yesterday because the question whether it was some kind of bad word in Yiddish. They said it's not in Yiddish, and then people said it's not. You're being anti-Semitic, blah blah blah. But look, they were giving him some name. There was some reason for that name. Okay.
Yep.
Period. And however they did it.
And it wasn't a silly little name, as she said. It was a silly little name to make him less scary. What? I mean, Wendi.
Yeah.
She was very scary when she said she wouldn't sign her book. I got frightened for a minute there.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, it was weird. It was like a Jekyll and Hyde, because on the stand she is just all hair flipped but new, not when she had her people surrounding her. And I'm asking a simple question. I don't even think a bizarre question, really.
Right.
You wrote a book. I wrote a book. You've written books. Some people ask you to sign them. It's not a big deal.
And you sign them all the time. You know?
Yeah, you're happy to, because hey, you're flattered, right?
Yeah, serial killers asking you to sign them. You sign your book. Yeah, my book.
Yeah.
My book.
Yeah. So anyway, she was not so flattered. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and then the other thing we had, she was gone, but that was a big deal that she was on the stand. But the question is going to happen first: do they convict Donna, and then where do they go next? Do they go to Harvey? Or do they go to Wendi? Or I don't think there's enough to touch Harvey. I have to tell you.
I don't either. I mean, what we heard today was as close as it gets, and it was likely a mistake. I think everybody was surprised to see his picture pop up. They're like, "Whoa, Harvey."
Yeah, it was like Harvey, and you're sitting right there. But he was going to Vietnam with her on a.
He was,
and
he was
no extradition.
So that's interesting. They had been there before. They'd been to China before. They'd been, they're world travelers. They got some discretionary income. Good for them. So it does water down a little bit any suggestion that he was in on the plan to get her somewhere they couldn't get her back, because they had been there before. I'm giving the guy, in the absence of evidence, I'm giving the guy some credit. I truly believe he's innocent until proven guilty, and I've not seen really much to drag him into the mix.
No, I agree.
And when I talked to him out in the hallway, my last words to him were, how are you holding up? And he gave it one of those, like, what? It's the Tuesday night drag in front of the courthouse. I mean, how are you holding up? And it was like, what else can I do?
Right. And he's sitting there in front all day. I mean, I almost kind of, I almost kind of feel sorry for him being married to Donna for all this time. But apparently when they said, well, my mother loves Harvey, she loves Dad. Dad is her first love. But I'll tell you, Donna didn't look good at the end of the day, Michael. I don't know how she looks.
No, it's so hard because she has the headphones on, which really seems to detach her from human interaction, even with her own team. Because you got the headphones on, and I except when she's coming and going.
Not all the time. You see them down here a lot. By the way.
Well, they're probably uncomfortable over time. I'm sure she has earrings on. I haven't looked closely enough. That's headphones over earrings. I hear that's a bad combo.
It is,
but it does kind of, other than when she comes in and out, takes the headphones on and off, they're always on her head in some way. And it just, I think it disconnects her from her team even. And I don't know what the jury is making of that. Speaking of the jury, we've had people ask about the name tags. What about the name tags? They are clearly wearing what I would call name tags, but I cannot swear that I can read the names on there. On the other hand, why would you have name tags without a name? But I cannot confirm or deny that they actually have their specific names. I have that as a number one list priority to find out before I leave here, whether that's their names or just a first name or a last name or a number or juror, something. But they definitely have name tags. And they have like flag insignia on the name tags. So.
All right. We're going to have to see. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow. I mean, I think the prosecution is basically presenting their case this week.
I think so.
That's it. They're having them the jury go home for Labor Day, and their case is in.
Yeah, and then we'll see. The defense has not been very aggressive on their cross-examination. So where is their case? Is it going to be a hands in pocket defense? If the case by the prosecution is so bad, you can have a hands in pocket defense where you do nothing. You do very little cross-examination. You present no witnesses. You just basically say, didn't prove anything to me, prosecution. It's a dangerous position. In this case, it's fatal.
They can't. After today, you've got the linkage, and it's going to get worse. when they start playing the tapes. Michael Bryant is frozen again, so it's probably going to be a good time. If he can't unfreeze, we'll just have to close the show, and to remind you that we will be back at 8:30 tomorrow morning, because he's definitely. I'm just closing the show because you're frozen again.
I am frozen, or I'm back? Am I back?
You're back right now.
Okay.
But you've been
Let's make it
frozen.
quick then, before I freeze up.
Okay. So, any last thoughts about tomorrow?
No,
Before
I
we
think,
let
you
go?
know, we're gonna get some more sci-fi, and I'm not sure who, if any, people are left. As you kind of see where they're heading, if we don't go to FBI guy, you know, because that's going to be a long witness with some amazingly important testimony. So that'll give us a sense of. I think that guy's going to be the little lesser witness.
Frozen again. Okay, Michael Bryant. All right. I think we're gonna have to set you off to go look for crime scenes. Go and look for the Premier Gym. When he goes and he posts them, then we try to repost them to our X account. That'll bring you to our YouTube account. But in the meantime, could you please hit the subscribe, like, share, and notify? And yes, I'm looking forward to Oasis Cat to Patrick Sanford, because he was the one running this operation. As we see poor Michael Bryant there, and this is like he looked. You're God. So I'm closing the show. We can't.
I know.
Can't go through this again.
I got to get out of here. Okay. Thanks, partner.
You're frozen. Even with you were frozen and talking. All right. Subscribe, like,
see you later.
share, notify. Try to do the right thing. We'll see you 8:30 in the morning tomorrow.